Tonight's meeting of the Metropolitan Nashville and Davidson County Council is coming to you live from the council chambers at the historic Metro Courthouse. It's a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pat Nolan, your announcer for this program. Tonight, the 15th Metropolitan Council holds its 67th business meeting of a four-year term. This is the 13th council meeting of 2022. That includes one special adjourned meeting this calendar year. Tonight's council agenda is 29 pages long with 74 items. That includes 29 resolutions, 15 first reading bills, 15 second reading bills, and 15 ordinances on third and final reading. In addition, the council will consider 10 mayoral appointments and reappointments to several Metro boards and commissions. Those include appointments to the Airport Authority, the Fair Board of Commissioners, and two to the Property Standards and Appeals Board. Reappointments include ones to the Metro Civil Service Commission, the Board of Equalization, the Public Library Board, the Transit Authority, and two to the Transportation Licensing Commission. The council will also hold a public comment period tonight for citizens who signed up in advance. Major action for the council tonight will be approval of a new operating budget for the city for the fiscal year that begins on July 1st. Mayor John Cooper has submitted a record $2.97 billion spending plan, which the council has been reviewing. Changes are expected to be made or to be contained in a substitute budget that was approved this afternoon by the Budget and Finance Committee 11-0 and with no abstentions. However, the council met for 2 hours going through a number of other amendments, which they approved only one for, to add some additional money so Metro could stay in compliance with Title VI of the federal government. The council, by the way, always makes budget changes. They are relatively small ones. Right now, the substitute budget makes about $8.6 million changes in what the mayor submitted, some are, however, noteworthy. First is to cover a $22.6 million deficit in the school budget caused by a cut in state funds due to declining enrollment. Substitute budget divides up that cost to fill up that hole in the budget, with roughly one-third of the money coming from Metro's fund balance, one-third from Metro government's general budget fund, and also one-third from the school budget. As to where the additional funding will be added elsewhere in the budget, $4 million more will be given to Metro schools for pay raises, in addition to the 4% COLA, the cost of living raises, step raises, and raises for bus drivers, cafeteria workers, and paraprofessionals are already included in the proposal. But the additional COLA increase in the $4 million we're talking about will bring all the staff support members or employees up to a living wage and address compression issues within the pay rate, within the pay plan. $2.9 million will also be added for an additional 0.5% cost of living increase. It will bring total Metro employee raises up to 4.5%. In addition to the original step 6% raises, those employees that are still eligible. By the way, the original proposal from Mayor Cooper was for a 4% across the board rate. Also in the substitute budget is $200,000 from the Metro Sports Authority to fund a new study for the city's obligations on Nissan Stadium as the city decides whether to move ahead with either building a brand new roofed stadium or perhaps looks at renovating the current stadium that's there right now. This budget also adds about 500 new employees throughout the budget. It's believed that is needed because the city has had a budget freeze for some time, particularly during the pandemic. There's also $75,000 in the new budget for the Community Oversight Board. COB would allocate funding for one new position as well as designated new legal position, which will be within the legal department. Again, it appears most of the new funding added for a lot of these other things that's coming out of city reserves or contingency accounts, as well as a total of $1.7 million coming out of the city's general fund balance. Substitute budget is also recommending nonprofits requesting funds be allocated 50% of what they gave to their wish list request, and also be considered if they're eligible for American Rescue Fund planning. Also, I think there were close to 15 amendments considered in the Budget and Finance Committee this afternoon. Again, the only one that was approved was one that would spend a relatively minor amount of money, maybe $100,000, to do some things to make sure Metro comes in compliance with Title VI of the federal government, which involves translation and other services for immigrations and other people in that area. It's unclear if the council will take up the budget tonight first or leave it for consideration with the other third reading bills. We are hearing it's going to be taken up first tonight. It's taken up in regular order several of the companion resolutions regarding the various employee pay raises, pay plans, new fees, and other legislation would have to be deferred and delayed till after the budget. The ordinances setting the property tax rate, which are unchanged from last year, must also be approved tonight, and they'll follow the budget. Some resolutions regarding city bonds are also up for approval tonight. This is for refinancing, not new bonds or new debt. The council will also likely approve RS 2022-1587. It would accept an annual donation for the Nashville Convention and Visitors Corp. in the amount of $25,000 for up to 5 years to provide funds for marketing for the Nashville Municipal Auditorium. Monies will be spent through a contract the auditorium has with Live Nation. Under RS 2022-1586, the council will accept a $75,000 grant from the Tennessee Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services for the local state trial courts to continue adult and juvenile drug court programs to assist the needs of nonviolent offenders. There's no local match required to go with that grant. Council will also consider two resolutions, RS 2022-1588 and 1599, that would accept donations of $10,000 and $30,000 respectively from the Nashville Convention and Visitors Bureau and the Nashville Chamber of Commerce to help fund a study of independent music venues, which the council has already approved the city's share of the funding for that particular study. Council will also approve RS 2022-1590. It's a $100,000 expenditure out of the city's 4% equipment fund. $50,000 would be appropriated to the Fairgrounds Nashville for the purchase of a bicycle installation, and $50,000 will be appropriated to the Nashville Public Library for the purchase of a bike station at the Edge Hill branch. That's going to be deferred for 2 meetings because there's going to be a much larger 4% fund request coming in. That'll be taken up later in July. RS 2020-1591 will approve an internal local agreement, an interlocal cooperation and mutual aid agreement between Metro, the city of Brentwood, Franklin, Goodlettsville, Hendersonville, Murfreesboro, and Wilson County to create and operate a USNR water rescue team that will provide response and rescue services. RS 2022-1592 approves affiliation agreement between Metro Board of Health and Lipscomb University, provide an opportunity for students to enroll in various health professions, to encounter a wide range of clinical experiences through Metro. The health department would provide those clinical training experiences to the students. Students would receive no compensation and would not be considered employees of the Metro government. A similar agreement on this was first approved back in 2017. Finally, under RS 2022-1593, a total of $2.54 million is appropriated from the Nashville Public Library to contract with 17 local nonprofit organizations to provide free and high-quality after-school and summer programming through the library's Nashville After Zone Alliance out-of-school time coordinating system. Under memorializing resolution tonight, the council will honor DeCosta Jenkins on the occasion of his retirement as president and CEO of the Nashville Electric Service. Resolution recommending TVA pursue solar and storage investments in Middle Tennessee and expressing support to the Nashville Electric Service Board for calling for the same. The council also tonight recognized the 50th anniversary of the passage of Title IX that occurred on June 23, 1972. It also recognizes June 22 as Alzheimer and Brain Awareness Month. And finally, it recognizes June 20th, 2022 as World Refugee Day in Nashville and Davidson County. There's also a late resolution that will celebrate yesterday's Juneteenth celebration, which was the first time it has been observed as a Metro holiday. Two bills to watch on third reading tonight. BL 2022-971 will create a separate office for homeless services, a bill which the council has been working on since October of last year. And there's also BL 2022-1164, which would make another effort to regulate outdoor construction noise. That bill has been before the council since last March. If you want to follow the council meeting as it progresses, you can find it on the agenda, and the staff analysis is online. Just go to the Metro Council portion of the Nashville.gov website in the Legislative Information Center. We'll also be placing the bill numbers on the screen when they come up for consideration, so you can follow along and keep up with where we are in the meeting agenda. Tonight's meeting is again being held during the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. State law has stripped the Metro Health Department of the power to continue a mask mandate in all city-owned buildings. Virus cases are rising again. The federal CDC says we will continue to be a community with a high level of transmission for the Omicron variant of the virus. Therefore, wearing masks here tonight is recommended but not required. Let's go now to Vice Mayor Jim Shulman. He'll be gaveling tonight's council meeting to order shortly.
All right, you ready? Okay, bang it 3 times. Very good. Very good. Good work. Will the meeting please come to order? We welcome you to the Metro Council. Today is Tuesday, June 21st, 2022. Will all members of the council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation, remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Our invocation tonight is brought to us by Angie Adams, the Executive Director of the Pencil Foundation, a guest of Councilmember Mary Carolyn Roberts.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Schulman. Please join me in contemplating these words as we center ourselves for this evening's council meeting. We are all here because we believe in the power of living in community with one another. And while living in community is rich in its rewards, it can also be messy in sorting out how we best care for and respect one another. Property taxes can feel very conceptual and inanimate when we're inside this room, yet they feel very personal to the senior citizen living on a fixed income and to the young couple who is struggling to purchase their first home. So help us remember the personal relationship of our tax revenue to our citizens. Approving ordinances to expand greenways, fund our water department, manage our roads. These are not words and concepts. They are infrastructure systems designed to support and keep our neighbors safe. Approving resolutions to honor civil servants or acknowledge significant events like Title IX or World Refugee Day may seem perfunctory, so help us reflect on the individuals at the heart of these resolutions. Considering $1 billion investment in our public schools could seem overwhelming, so help us focus on the 83,000 students who are counting on all of us to nurture and prepare them for their futures, including the roles they see us filling now. And let us make it more personal by considering if $12,000 per student per year is sufficient to educate, feed, and nurture our next chief of police, our next superintendent of schools, or our next board of health chair. These students and all our citizens are counting on us to see past the dollar signs and focus on their faces and their humanity as we go about the business of caring for our community. Please help us keep our focus on the people who are our community. Peace and wisdom be with us all.
Ready? Start us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good work. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. You may recognize the individual standing to my right. Queen was here 2 weeks ago and spoke in the back and is here once again with her mother, who is standing right over here. Queen is getting ready to go into the 4th grade, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she, when I went back there to ask her whether she would bang the gavel, I think she beat me back up here. So she really wanted to do it. You did a great job. Thank you for coming. And then you can go stand with your mother, okay? Thank you. Without objection, we will suspend the calling of the roll and ask the clerk to record the names of those members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for adoption of the minutes of the meeting from June 14th, 2022? Proper motion, properly seconded. Without objection, the minutes of the meeting will stand approved as written. Mr. Clerk, any messages from the mayor?
Yes, sir. The mayor is here to speak on the budget.
All right. So there is a message from the mayor, and the mayor is here, ladies and gentlemen, members of the council. Please welcome our mayor, Mayor John Cooper.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Schulman, for recognizing me. A personal note, this is a special day for me. It's my 25th wedding anniversary today, but I'm spending it with you, okay? But I'll be brief, and I'm here to say thank you. And first, to Chairperson Berkeley Allen, thank you. As a former budget chairperson, I know a little bit about the work and time that it takes to get a budget over the finish line. Thank you for your diligence and leadership, and then I want to thank the full Budget Committee for your work and countless hours spent in service to your constituents. I'm grateful for your leadership in Nashville, and then the full council for your input, and the many members of the public. I think Chair Allen and I would agree, the many members of the public who've engaged in this process. Many issues facing our city are addressed here, and I think we should feel proud of the work that we're putting forward. Now, some of you have heard me say before, this is a budget for full recovery. It's a budget that reflects values and priorities and supports a vision for Nashville that has rebounded over the last few years of crises, and now it delivers on a generation of investment now. We had not been investing in core services in the past to the degree that we would have liked to, and now this is the opportunity to change that and to make smart investments, better schools, cleaner streets, safer neighborhoods, more reliable city services, sound finances, affordable housing, improved world-class parks maintained well, and better live, work, play communities for us and our families. Now, there are economic challenges ahead of us, I'm afraid, with inflation and rising interest rates. They're going to weigh down our families and our city, but I'm grateful for such sound financial footing that you are putting in place this year and the last years, that we're going to be able to address those future problems confidently. So thank you for your stewardship, each of you. Thank you. And again, Chair Allen, thank you. And I'm looking forward to the next great chapter for our city. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, thank you, particularly the full budget committee. I know that takes a lot of work, and all council people and members of the public in getting this significant budget passed for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for being here on your 25th wedding anniversary. So we do have a long agenda for tonight, but just a couple things quickly to remember. I will say over the weekend I've been doing this, more mass shootings around the country. We still feel for the people of Uvalde, Texas. And again, please do not forget the people of Ukraine and other places that are battling again for their countries and for their lives. On a happier note, Miss Flannery, who is walking around here, is having a birthday this Saturday, right? So it's her 20th birthday. Is that what you said? 21. So 21. She will be 21 this Saturday. So if you have the chance, after you get through the budget, wish her a happy birthday. All right, we are ready to proceed. Councilmember Vercher, is there a report from the Rules Committee? Recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. You came fast. Usually, you know, you're up there bloviating some, so you did come fast, Vice Mayor. That's why I love you. Absolutely, Vice Mayor. For the Airport Authority Board reappointment of Ms. Nancy Sullivan for a term expiring April 6, 2029. Rules and Elections and Confirmations recommended approval 5-4, 0 against. For the Civil Service Commission reappointment of Ms. Sanders, expiring March 31st, 2027, recommended approval 5-4, 0 against. The Fair Commissioners Board appointment of Mr. Anthony Owens for a term expiring June 6, 2027, we recommended approval 6-4, 0 against. And also for Ms. Sherilyn Pettis, Vice Mayor, we recommended a one-meeting deferral to the Metropolitan Board of Equalization reappointment, 6-4, 0 against. Property Standards and Appeals Board appointment of Ms. Mirza Esteban for a term expiring April 7, 2026, recommended approval, 6-4, 0 against. Property Standards and Appeals Board appointment of Ms. Harrison, expiring April 7th, 2026, recommended approval, 6-4, 0 against. The Public Library Board reappointment of Ms. Keith Simmons, expiring May 5th, 2029, recommended approval, 6-4, 0 against. The Transit Authority reappointment of Ms. Gail Carr-Williams for a term expiring May 1st, 2027, recommended approval, 6-4, 0 against. Transportation Licensing Commission reappointment, Ms. Freddie Carr for a term expiring April 30th, 2024. We recommended a one-meeting deferral, Vice Mayor, 6-4 and 0 against. Transportation Licensing Commission reappointment Mr. Sal Hernandez for a term expiring April 30th, 2024. We recommended 6-4, 0 against, and that concludes the report, Vice Mayor. Thank you. It's always a pleasure to serve, Vice Mayor. Thank you so much.
Thank you for serving. So one other thing, if I can ask you prior to sitting down, if you could give me a motion to approve all the ones that actually went before the committee today and got voted on.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. I move for approval of all that was recommended for approval.
All right, so I got a motion to approve. It's the reappointment of Ms. Nancy Sullivan, reappointment of Ms. Billy Sanders, the appointment of Mr. Anthony Owens, appointment of Ms. Mirza Esteban, appointment of Ms. Lavinia Harrison, reappointment of Mr. Keith Simmons, reappointment of Ms. Gail Carr Williams, and the reappointment of Mr. Sal Hernandez for different boards and commissions. That's the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. So if I could get these individuals, when I call your name, if you'll stand if you're here so we can recognize you. Nancy Sullivan for the Airport Authority Board. Billy Sanders for the Civil Service Commission. Anthony Owens for the Fair Commissioners Board. I've got Ms. Mirza Esteban for the Property Standards and Appeals Board. You want to stand up? There you go. I see you. Lavinia Harrison, Property Standards and Appeals Board. Mr. Keith Simmons for the Public Library Board. Ms. Gail Carr Williams for the Transit Authority. And Mr. Sal Hernandez from the Transportation Licensing Commission. Thank you all for being willing to serve our city. We very much appreciate your time and commitment. Thank you. All right, so the next order, I'll just, the public comment period, we had no one sign up. So no one will be on the public comment period for tonight. Let everybody get back to their seats. As we have regularly done in the past, unless anybody has any objection, we are going to move items 67 and 68, 67 being the budget ordinance for fiscal year 2023, and item number 68, which is the tax levy ordinance. It is 2022-1249. We are going to move those up on the agenda to be taken up now. Any objections to going ahead and moving those up on the agenda?
No objections, Vice Mayor.
Good. Okay, that makes it very clear. Anybody else? All right, seeing none, no objections. Thank you, Councilmember Vercher. We are now on the budget. Item number 67 is on page 26 of my calendar, BL 2022-1248, the budget ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, Tennessee for fiscal year 2023. It's sponsored by Council Members Allen and Sawara. Councilmember Allen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to move approval and ask for committee reports and give a brief explanation in whatever order you would like for me to do that in.
All right. So, okay. So the proper thing is you've got a big committee report. So the motion is to approve the budget. Properly seconded, so we're on the budget, and now you've got a substitute as well. If you want to go ahead and get the budget, actual committee report out, and then list down, because I know there's amendments, and then I'll come back to you for a motion on the substitute.
Gotcha.
And then we will proceed.
Okay, so here is the committee report. On the substitute, that passed. That was recommended 11 in favor, 0 against, 1 not voting. On Amendment 1, that was 3 voted in favor, 7 against, 2 not voting. Amendment 2, 5 voted in favor, 6 against, 1 not voting. Amendment 3, 3 voted in favor, 8 against, and 1 not voting. Amendment 4, 0 in favor, 6 against, and 6 not voting. Amendment 5, 1 in favor, 10 against, 1 not voting. Amendment 6, 0 in favor, 11 against, and 1 not voting. Amendment 7, 0 against, 0 in favor, 11 against, and 1 not voting. Amendment 8, 6 in favor, 8 against, 1 not voting. Amendment 9 was withdrawn. Amendment 10, 0 in favor, 4 against, 8 not voting. Amendment 11, 0 in favor, 8 against, 4 not voting. Amendment 12 was withdrawn. Amendment 13, 1 in favor, 6 against, 5 not voting. Amendment 14, 2 in favor, 3 against, 4 not voting. Amendment 15, 0 in favor, 6 against, 6 not voting. A late filed amendment by Councilmember Suara had 4 in favor, 4 against, 5 not voting. And the second late amendment was not discussed. It was redundant.
All right, so let's go back to amendment number 8. Councilmember Welsh has her hand up. The vote that I had recorded was 6 in favor, 5 against, and 1 not voting.
That was what my record said, but.
Okay, I'm double checking. Councilmember Welsh, just checking, it's your amendment.
That was it. I just wanted to correct the vote total. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so those are the votes from the amendment, and again, the Budget Committee took up the substitute as amended and approved it. You said 11 for and 0 against?
That's correct. 1 not voting.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, members of the council, where we are is we're on BL 2022-1248. It's the budget ordinance. Councilmember Allen has moved the budget ordinance and has been properly seconded to get it before. She just gave the committee reports of the substitute and then all the amendments, and then the substitute as amended, what the vote was coming out of the Budget Committee. So we are now ready for a motion on the substitute to get that properly before us, and then there's going to be an explanation of the substitute. Before we actually vote on the substitute, we'll take up all the different amendments and then come back to the substitute as amended, if any. Chairman Allen, you are recognized for a motion on the substitute.
So thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. First, I want to start by thanking all the members of the Budget and Finance Committee who put in lots of hours to do a very thoughtful job of reviewing the budget that was given to us by the mayor and then listening to all the community input, both through the community public comment period in March and the public hearing at the beginning of June, as well as some very productive wish list sessions where we talked through changes that we would be interested in making. And the substitute that is before you does a number of things. I'm not going to go over them all because we've talked through them a lot, but the first thing it does is fill a hole that was created in the MNPS budget by updated information from the state on how much money they would supply, and that ate into a whole lot of things that would normally be funding sources for other things that we wanted to do. There were 55 wish list items. We were not able to do all of those, clearly. We had a good process for sort of rating our prioritization of that, and we started at the top of that list and worked our way down as far as we could without trying to have much of an impact on important things that were included in the budget, which I'm grateful for. So the biggest things that we did were make adjustments to salary increases to the levels that were closer to what the civil service had recommended, and also what we were hearing from MNPS employees about being supportive of support staff. And beyond that, there's a list of about 15 other items that we were able to give departments or to make adjustments to give money to nonprofits and other organizations that help fulfill the mission of Metro. So I will not go further through those except to say that we worked really hard to find funding that would not have an impact on things that we think are important to do to people, and pretty much tapped most of those those funds in a way that still, I think, leaves us as a responsible budget that protects our fund balance, which we need to have because there may be hard times ahead of us, and also protects our 4% fund, which we know departments will be coming back and asking for requirements for equipment and things like that they depend on having. So I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. We're not totally finished, but people have I think, worked very hard to make hard choices. We can't do everything we wanted to, but I think we've done a lot of great things in this budget, and I would ask for everyone's support.
All right, thank you, Chair Allen. So Councilmember Allen moves the substitute, properly seconded. It's my understanding that we vote on we're double checking, but it's my understanding we vote on the substitute just to get us in place. Then we start taking up the amendments, and if we get amendments on it, then we would vote for the full substitute as amended, okay? So we are on the substitute, the motion to approve the substitute. Are there questions about the substitute, discussion on the substitute before we get into the amendments? Any questions on the substitute? All right, we're going to go ahead and get the substitute approved. All those in favor of the substitute say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay, so the substitute's approved. Now we're on the individual amendments. And Councilmember Allen, if you would, I'm going to call them up. If you don't mind, give the Budget Committee report again at first, and then I will go to the sponsor of the amendment. So we are on, it's in your packet, we have 17 amendments. All right, so we are on amendment number 1 to the substitute ordinance. That is by Councilmember Rosenberg. Councilmember Allen, the vote again, just for purposes of understanding from the Budget Committee on amendment number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. On amendment number 1, the recommendation was 3 in favor, 7 against, 2 not voting.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment shifts $98,700 from Partnership 2030 to the new housing division. It does that for the purpose of supplying the 4th position that they need, want, desire in order to have a functioning department stand up. I think we all understand the benefits of the position and the fact that this is such a high priority. The hesitation that I've heard is surrounding the source, which is Partnership 2030, or which is money that we give over to the Nashville Area Chamber of Commerce. I think it's important to be clear that they don't do their economic development work because we pay them. They do it because that's what they do as an organization. It advantages their membership, it grows their membership. They're not doing it for a stipend, and they're not doing it out of the kindness of their heart, and they're not doing it because of this money that we've made a habit of giving them. We are the only government that's currently giving them a handout. They recruit to Cheatham County, Davidson County, Dixon County, Murray County, Montgomery County, Robertson County, Rutherford County, Sumner County, Wilson County, and more than any, Williamson County, and none of them pays the Nashville Area Chamber of Commerce to do it. This was intended to be a one-time stipend years ago, and we've gotten into the habit of handing them money every year. And where does it go? It doesn't go to economic development. It doesn't go to community development. And it absolutely does not go toward protecting the interests of our constituents. Every tax dollar we give them frees up money for them to use to lobby the legislature to eliminate democratic elections. It frees up money for them to use to send attack mailers against county elected officials. It frees up money for them to increase executive salaries even more. We're a bunch of suckers. We're paying for lobbyists, attack mailers, and to pay their president well over $500,000 a year, and the rest of their staff almost $200,000 apiece. So this is the choice today. Do we want to spend our constituents' tax dollars on housing or lobbyists that are often fighting against us? On increasing housing stock, or on campaign ads attacking people most of us support? On helping people who need homes, or subsidizing executive salaries? Make no mistake, this isn't about whether the Nashville Area Chamber serves a purpose. It's about the fact that we're the only suckers who are using property tax dollars to pay them for what they exist to do. They will continue to recruit to Wilson County and Williamson County and, yes, Davidson County without our handout. This is something that we can fix. Let's fix it. I move approval, Mr. President.
All right, so I got a motion to approve amendment number 1, properly seconded. Councilmember Young, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
sound so surprised, though. You hit the button.
Well, I know, and I think some people are probably surprised that my words were not to call the question, so bask in my surprise. Very recently, this body voted 23-1 to let the chamber and our community know that shame on them for going behind our backs, behind the administration's backs, behind the school board's back, behind the backs of the voters of this county to go to the legislature because they wanted to subvert the will of publicly elected school board members in this county. They supported legislation that would take away the voters' ability to elect their school board members. And yet here we are, year after year after year, having this discussion of should we give money to this organization? What is this organization going to have to do before we realize we look like a bunch of fools every time we give them a penny? Yes, they serve the function of economic development and recruiting business and jobs, but have y'all noticed that right now there are way more jobs than people? Have we listened to what the people in this county said, that right now people are focused about being able to live and survive and get by and find a place to live? Yeah, ask me or some of my colleagues that are also real estate professionals would tell you the demand is strong. And maybe we do need to tamper off the gas pedal a little bit for a year or so on economic development and focus on people. And let's develop our people and our housing here. Shame on the Nashville Chamber of Commerce for always going to subvert the will of this body and putting out report cards scoring us. Why should we give them money if they're going to do that? Please vote for this amendment and show them that we actually are going to put teeth to what we passed 23-1 about a month ago. Thank you, Mr. Vice.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Bradford.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I had a few questions regarding this Partnership 2030, and I did give Ms. Darby a heads up so that we could have some answers tonight, because one thing I don't want to hear is, we don't know. So the first question is, when did this partnership first start? When did we first enter into this agreement that we were going to give our taxpayer dollars to the Chamber of Commerce when nobody else would?
Ms. Darby.
Councilman, I passed your questions on to the administration for answers, so I would like to turn over to the administration.
Mr. Jameson.
The Partnership 2030, there were previous iterations of it involving contributions and collaborations with the Chamber of Commerce that were in advance of 20 years ago. I know beginning in 2003, we were voting on similar allocations. There are two people that may be in the chamber that were brought to answer those questions, but they weren't asked in Budget and Finance. I don't know if either Mr. Courtney Pogue or Victoria Payne are here, but not seeing hands up, but that's the information I can provide you.
Councilmember Bradford. So in order to, I believe in order to actually have Ms. Payne speak, we're going to have to suspend the rules
Then I request suspension of the rules so we can hear her speak.
So there's objection to suspension of the rules.
All right, then I'll move on to my next question, see if we can get that answered. Since the start of Partnership 2030, how many businesses and jobs have been created by the Chamber of Commerce?
Ms. Darby.
Councilmember, once again, I passed those questions on to the administration to have someone here to answer questions at the Budget and Finance Committee meeting.
And Ms. Payne is here to answer the questions, but if there's not a suspension, I don't.
Okay, so we're double checking. Hold on. Councilmember Bradford, hold on just a second. Let me address the council in public hearing for a specific resolution for a public hearing expires. The council approves the councilman's motion by 2/3 vote of the council members present, such meeting to members of the public. This motion is just for the subsequent meeting which public hearings take place. So the only way to do it. Only way to do it.
It's not good, yeah.
You can't do it. They have to suspend the rules.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember, we were double checking the rules to see if there was another way in. We can't find that unless you suspend the rules. Okay.
Well, then I'll go ahead and forego the last question I had, since nobody's willing to answer any questions or provide any information that is important to this body, like what is the return on the investment of this money? We heard other colleagues tonight talk about what the chamber has done to subvert the will of the voters of Davidson County. And this is a perfect example of the old adage, be careful not to bite the hand that feeds you. And that's exactly what the chamber did when they went to the state to try and go behind our backs, the backs of the administration, the backs of the school board, and the backs of the voters and taxpayers of Davidson County. They bit the hand that feeds them. And so is this body going to stand up to the chamber, stand by its vote that it made over a month ago, stand by its principles, and say no more? I urge every single person. There was 23 people that voted in favor of that resolution. I expect to see 23 votes for this amendment tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
Previous question.
All right, Councilmember Swope has called the previous question. We're not voting on the amendment, just the previous question. All in favor of the previous question, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. I think we'll go on the board on this one, just to be on the safe side. All right, so what we're voting on is amendment number 1 to the substitute. Amendment number 1 is introduced by Councilmember Rosenberg. It's been properly seconded. We're voting on the amendment. If you're for the amendment, you'd vote aye. If you're against it, you're going to vote no. Mr. Clerk? Right. All right, Mr. Clerk, if you would, open up the machines. We're voting on amendment number 1. Okay, Mr. Clerk, close machines, take the vote. So it's 19 ayes, no 15, 3 abstentions, so the amendment passes. Okay, so amendment number 1 goes. All right, we're on amendment number 2. This is by Councilmember Benedict. Councilmember Allen, again, the committee report from the Budget Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This had 5 in favor, 6 against, and 1 not voting.
All right. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized on amendment number 2.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So the prior amendment passed, so I'm going to withdraw.
Okay. Okay, we are on amendment number 3 by Councilmember Stiles and Toombs. Councilmember Allen, Budget Committee report on amendment number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This amendment had 3 in favor, 8 against, and 1 not voting.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on amendment number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I am going to withdraw this with a brief comment.
Okay.
So there was some confusion previously regarding whether or not this amendment should have been included on the list when we did the quadratic voting. There was a Councilwoman Stiles started working on this under the former director, Mr. Okay. I'm sorry, under the, Councilman Hall threw me off, I'm sorry. Under former director, Mr. Bill Herbert, who was supportive of the pilot program, and she had worked with Lieutenant Derek Smith of MMPD, Deputy Director Jerry Tomlinson, and Fire Marshal Lawrence Hutchinson from MFD, or Nashville Fire Department, sorry, and Aaron Williams of the Hub. And so she looks forward to continue to work with those folks over the next year to bring back another proposal for the next budget cycle.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Toombs. So amendment number 3 is withdrawn. We are on amendment number 4. Councilmember Allen, Budget Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Amendment 4 had no votes in favor, 6 against, and 6 not voting.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Evans.
Thank you. I'm going to withdraw.
Okay. So Councilmember Evans withdraws amendment number 4. Okay, we are on amendment number 5. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Amendment 1 had 1 in favor, 10 against, and 1 not voting.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized on amendment number 5.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So this amendment is seeking to take $45,457.49 from the Metro Parks and Recreation Bike Police and instead allocate that to the Health Department as far as Metro Animal Care Control for a foster coordinator. So currently there's one position at Metro Animal Care Control that is for rescue and fostering. This individual is now doing the work of 2 employees. So everybody should have something on their desk showing that the director of Metro Animal Care Control has stated that this is a position that they really need in order to adequately do their job. We have heard from constituents all over the city about how Metro Animal Care Control needs more investment, more support from the city and this county and this government. So this is an opportunity for us to take a small amount of money away from a department that has already admitted that it doesn't need as many positions as they asked for. They started with 14, they're down to 7. This would take it down to 6. Added with the 5 positions we approved last year that they still haven't filled, they still have 11 positions that they can fill this year. So I ask my colleagues to consider supporting this motion because we need to put money where we can best spend it. And if we can't put in a department that's going to sit there and wait a year before they fill these positions, when we can put in a department that can fill this position immediately. So I ask my colleagues to support this small reallocation. It's not coming from any 4% fund. It's not coming from any judgments. It's coming from a line item that we already know cannot be filled because of the admissions of the Parks and Recs Department. So again, I ask this body to approve this amendment. Thank you.
So Councilmember Bradford moves the amendment number 5, properly seconded. Discussion on the amendment. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I think this is just a point of clarification. In conversations that I had with Metro Health, who oversees Metro Animal Control, I had asked what position would be the most important to them, and the position that they said was the animal behaviorist, which is what's listed at the top of this email. So it's possible that the money that is in the substitute, which was additional funding that would raise the salary to what they needed for an animal behaviorist, above a position that they thought they probably wouldn't be filling because they had to wait for a vehicle. It's possible that there is funding in the substitute budget for an animal behaviorist. So I'm just checking to see if we've already filled this position, and perhaps we don't need to allocate an additional pot of money for it.
Councilmember Bradford looks like can answer that question. Councilmember Bradford.
No, this is a separate position from the behaviorist. They do need both positions, behaviorist and the foster care coordinator. The behaviorist for the added roles that they're doing to help with the animals and to make sure that they're being properly taken care of. But like I said, the current position, the individual is doing the work of 2 people, and so this position would allow them to create a separate rescue coordinator and a separate foster coordinator. So I appreciate the behaviorists that got put in the substitute budget. This is one additional FTE for Metro Animal Care Control.
Okay. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm going to have to recuse on this vote, and I just wanted to announce why. I know we don't normally do that, but I have been on the Greenways Commission during our first term. I'm very involved with Greenways for Nashville and their event planning right now, but I recently took a position with a national animal advocacy group, and so I just wanted to be very clear that it is not that I am picking sides or not picking sides on this one. I like Greenways and puppies, so.
Thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
Previous question.
All right. So we're voting on the previous question, not on the amendment. All those in favor of the previous question say aye. Yeah. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. So we are now voting on amendment number 5. We'll try this by voice vote. If you're for the amendment, vote aye. If you're against, you'd vote no. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. No. Believe the noes have it. Okay, so I'm going to say the noes have it. So this amendment is voted down. Okay, and Councilmember Murphy recuses herself on the vote. We are on amendment number 6. Councilmember Bradford. Let me get the committee report first from Councilmember Allen.
Thank you,
On
Mr.
amendment
Vice
number
Mayor.
6.
On Amendment 6, Budget and Finance had 0 in favor, 11 against, and 1 not voting.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized on amendment number 6.
Yes, I would like to withdraw with a brief comment.
Okay. This one's going to be withdrawn. You're recognized.
I think it's safe to say if this body wasn't willing to take $45,000 from the parks, they're not going to allow $350,000. So with that, I withdraw.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Councilmember Bradford. We are now on amendment number 7, which is by Councilmember Johnston. Councilmember Allen, committee report on that one.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance had 0 in favor, 11 against, and 1 not voting.
All right. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This would take $345,000 from Parks and Recreation and would increase funding for MAC workforce, beautification in council districts, neighbor to neighbor, sister cities, community resource center, and Hands on Nashville. These were all community support organizations that were requested in our wish lists. Some of them were funded at 50% by Chair Allen. So I made those at 100%, and then I added in Community Resource Center and Hands on Nashville specifically because we have those organizations as part of an MOU and our SIMP plan for disaster relief. So they are expected to be at the ready, on site when any disaster strikes. And I think all of the council members that have experienced disasters in their districts lately, the past couple of years with floods, tornadoes, bombs, can attest to those two organizations being incredibly significant in our disaster relief efforts. And so I did want to go over why I chose Parks and Recreation. Since 2019, this department has not spent over $40 million any year, 19, 20, 21, or 22. In 2019, they gave back $610,000 to the general fund. In 2020, they gave back 4.3 and some change million. In 2021, they gave back 3.5 million and some change to the general fund. And this year, they are on target to give $10 million back to the general fund, and this in a time where our parks and greenways were heavily relied on during COVID because that gave us outdoor social distance recreation and activities for our constituents, the residents and visitors to Nashville to be able to enjoy. Last year, this is not a knock on parks. I'm very supportive of parks. Last year, I brought the amendment forth to add funding to this department because of how important that department is to our county. At this point, the $53 million and some change that is in the mayor's proposed budget is $15 million over what their actual expenditures for last year is. So I think that $345,000, which is pennies in comparison, that I know will be spent with these community organizations that serve the entire county that are much, much needed is a better allocation. And so I hope that you will support this amendment. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Johnston moves amendment number 7, properly seconded. Discussion. Councilmember Saguaro.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I typically don't like to repeat what I said in committee on the floor, but because a lot is being said, I wanted to make sure that I say it again. The organizations that are listed to be supported here are organizations that I do support as well. They were on my wish list, and I supported us giving them money, and I applaud the chair for at least doing 50% of that fund. We also learned that some of these organizations, when they do help the city, do have an MOU, and they reimburse from FEMA. After having said that, I think it's important to clarify that when we're looking at salary savings from year to year to year, as someone who started the conversation during budget season and highlighting all the departments that had salary savings, it's not a good practice to just say you did not use it this time, we're going to take it. COVID, the last 2 or 3 years is an abnormality. They're not typical years that you will use. And if we're going to do it for PACs, then we have to do it for all the other departments. But there will also justification by every department, whether it's the police, whether it's PACs, why they needed this money. So I think what we want to do with salary savings is to take a broader look, see what is in there, see if we can get a vacancy aging report, which we don't have, before we start deciding whether the position is needed or not. I also wanted to say said that PACS has already told us that most of the positions are part-times, and so it's really difficult to peg it at some point whether they will have it or not and how much they will fill. As someone who supported PACS last year and fought heavily for PACS, I think let's give them the opportunity to fill those positions. COVID is out and do the work that they need. So I'm going to suggest that taking positions is not advisable without really looking at whether it's needed or not and taking a broader look at every department. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
Previous question.
All right, Councilmember Swope has called the previous question. Again, we're voting on the previous question, not the amendment. All those in favor of the previous question say aye. Yes. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We are voting on amendment number 7 by Councilmember Johnston. We'll try it by voice vote. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it. Amendment number 7 is defeated. Yeah, Councilmember Taylor?
Abstain.
Oh, Councilmember Taylor wants to be listed as abstaining on amendment number 7. All right. All right, we are on amendment number 8 by Councilmembers Welsh and Henderson. Councilmember Allen, the vote on this one?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Amendment 8 had 6 in favor, 5 against, and 1 not voting.
All right. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Mayor. This is an amendment to fund a full-time Title VI compliance officer and a part-time support staff. This was the only amendment that was actually approved by the Budget Committee, and I think that speaks to the importance of this issue and why we need a full-time Title VI compliance officer. Title VI was created under the 1964 Civil Rights Act, and it requires that no government entity or agency have any type that receives federal funding have any type of barriers to full participation in government by all of its citizens, particularly, for example, the deaf and hard of hearing, the limited English proficient persons, individuals with any type of physical or mental disability. Everyone should be able to participate full-time in Title VI. And in my research into Title VI compliance within Metro, I found out that we are not, in fact, in compliance. There are many deficiencies throughout, from documents not being translated in other languages for people who need them, for physical barriers to being able to navigate through some of our Metro buildings and things. It's extremely important that we take care of those issues and that we also fulfill all the other things required under Title VI, which include data gathering about complaints, which includes making sure that we are tracking that data, we are reporting to the federal government, and we are taking tangible steps to address all of those issues, plus training all new staff annually on Title VI issues so they know what to look for and to report. I think I really appreciate what the chair did and the substitute, putting in so many things to address many of these deficiencies, but I think what is in the budget actually highlights more the deficiencies and where we can improve in Metro by having a compliance officer in place and standardizing our compliance throughout Metro. So I ask my colleagues to support this. It is $125,000 from NDOT. That is a department that has received many new full-time employees, and I think this is more beneficial in the long run because if we don't get into full Title VI compliance, we are at risk of losing federal dollars. So I ask my council colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you.
All right, so Councilmember Welsh is moving amendment number 8, properly seconded. Discussion, Councilmember Sawara, you're recognized.
Oh, no.
Okay, from before?
Oh, he's from
before. Okay. Councilmember Young, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. As chair of Transportation Infrastructure Committee, I feel obligated to speak against this, not because Title VI is not important. In fact, it's critically important, especially when it comes to NDOT, who receives quite a bit of federal money that we do need to stay in compliance with Title VI with. However, I think it would be a mistake to pull money out of NDOT because this $125,000 would actually delay for an additional 6 months the ability to bring on some folks doing sidewalk repair, gap repair, cleaning of alleyways, and it'd be a mistake because we can do this without spending the additional funds. There's some software that Metro HR has to make sure that we can reduce the workload at the Human Rights Commission, and it would just we have the ability to do this and improve upon that. And so I would speak strongly against and urge my colleagues to vote no of taking this money from NDOT. That, yes, they have been getting new positions and stuff, but it is probably the single most department over the last decade or so that's been underfunded and underled. And we have a lot to catch up on. And I would urge my colleagues to vote no. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Sepulveda.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm actually going to be voting in favor of this amendment, and for several reasons. Being the only Latinx council member, I get calls on a regular basis with people who are having trouble in our metro departments. About a week ago, I got a call from someone who was being denied at Vital Records a translator. That happened in our metro department. I'm glad that the health department has taken action and is now doing a training, but that's not the first time it's happened. I also got a call last week about someone trying to get a beer license and not having an interpreter. This is nothing new. It has happened for years now in multiple metro departments. I was speaking to a community partner the other day and told them about this, and they said, yes, it's happened before. We had a conversation with the Mexican consulate, and they even told us to let them know when it happened so they could talk to our metro departments. So I'm going to be voting in favor of this. I would suggest that many of my colleagues vote in favor of this. I think we have to have a long conversation about our HR department in the future. So I would ask my colleagues to vote in support.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sledge, you recognized. I'm sorry, let me go back. Councilmember Johnson.
Oh, good.
She was in front of you, I just didn't see it. I'll come back to you, Councilmember Sledge.
How could you not see me? Thank you. I'm actually going to piggyback off of what Councilman Young started saying about what this source of funding would do, taking away from NDOT with a 6-month delay on sidewalks and alleyway cleanups. It will definitely have an impact. What I wanted to add to that is that I did hear that Director Hall has said that she has software that can perform this service already in her department. I don't think she's utilizing it to the best of its ability at this point. I think there's some things that need to be worked out, but she does feel confident that this service is already we already have the ability to provide this service. Again, we're probably not doing it well. I know that Councilman Sepulveda receives calls. She's actually helped me with some people in my district. And Title VI is very important. There's no question about that. I just think that we already have the ability to do this in-house. And I don't want to put the really extraordinary work that NDOT has started to do. We're on a really great track with some really great momentum, and I don't want to sidetrack that with any cuts. So I hope that we do not support this amendment, but look at what we already have in-house to provide this service. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I'm rising in support of this, and I want to speak a little bit to two things. I know people are bringing up NDOT a lot. Just remember, we're adding dozens of positions to NDOT in this budget, on top of the positions that we've added previously. And I've heard this mention about software, which is a bit of a new one to me, but I want to give a personal experience with the District 17 constituent. You know, Title VI and ADA often go hand in hand. And a resident of District 17 recently reached out to the Fair Board, attended a Fair Board meeting, and mentioned issues that she had been having about accessibility on the Fairgrounds campus. And to the credit of the Fair Board and to Director Womack at the Fairgrounds, they got everybody together, and we went on a full tour of the Fairgrounds a couple of weeks ago, and there were members from WeGo and General Services and the Fair Board and Fairgrounds staff, contractors who've been working on the stadium, who've been working on the infrastructure project around the stadium. Like I said, there were about 20 people who responded to this constituent's request. And as we went through the campus, she pointed out the experiences that she's been having in and around the fairgrounds, whether it was sidewalks that were obstructed by signs, whether it was sidewalks that were not repaired, whether it was a ramp that didn't have the correct signage that she needed in order to know where she would be able to go to access a particular facility. where she would be able to sit for visibility lines within the stadium and other facilities. And I cannot tell you how many people during the course of the probably hour and a half that we spent out there, how many people from various metro departments came up to her and said, I am so glad that you came out and asked this of us, because otherwise we would not have known. There were members of General Services who said, thank you for bringing it up, because we keep bringing it up and we're not getting anywhere. And it took quite frankly, the time, effort, and bravery of one constituent and the response from her government in order to deal with one small portion of our county. So to ask for somebody to help be a coordinator, software ain't gonna get that. We need somebody who's there to advocate, somebody there to oversee, and somebody who's there to receive the issues, questions, and complaints that we get on this. And right now, we're just not getting that kind of centralization. Colleagues, this is needed. This is absolutely needed, and I'd ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Swope.
Previous question.
Previous question. Okay, we're voting on the previous question, not the amendment. All those in favor of the previous question, say aye.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Previous question prevails, so we are voting on amendment number 8. I think I'm going to go on the board on this one. Looks like there's going to be a lot of yeses and a lot of nos. All right, so Mr. Clerk, if you would. We're going to be voting on amendment number 8 by Councilmember Welsh and Henderson. Councilmember Vercher?
We just received an email, multi-year budget, the extra larger. Should we be reviewing this before we vote on this? I'm trying to comb through what was just emailed to us. I don't know if colleagues have just checked their email.
Councilmember Allen, do you want to respond to that?
I'll respond to that. My apologies. This was the chart that I showed y'all earlier during Budget and Finance Committee, and as we were discussing parks in an earlier amendment, I thought I should have provided that background data as well. I don't know that it necessarily refers to this one, but it may be useful if parks comes up again, so I apologize for not providing it earlier.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. Mr. Clerk, are we ready? We gave you extra time. All right, we are voting on amendment number 8. If you, obviously, if you want amendment number 8, you'd vote aye. If you don't, you'd vote no. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. Okay. Mr. Clerk, close machines, take the vote. Ayes 22, noes 15, 1 abstention. Amendment number 8 passes. Okay. All right, we are on amendment number 9. This is also by Councilmember Welsh and Councilmember Henderson. I'll go to Councilmember Allen first for the vote in the Budget Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. In Budget Committee, Amendment 9 was withdrawn.
Okay. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized on the amendment.
Yes, I would like to withdraw my amendment.
Right.
Thank you.
Amendment number 9 is withdrawn. We're on amendment number 10. This is also by Councilmember Welsh. Councilmember Allen, the vote on amendment number 10 in the Budget Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. In Budget and Finance, there were 0 votes for, 8 against, and 4 not voting.
All right. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This is an amendment to allocate $15 million to the Barnes Fund. I think that we all know that we need more affordable housing to meet the need that is growing exponentially, and that the only way that we're going to do that is to commit dollars and actually start building more. I don't really think there's any reason to keep the Barnes funds flowing at the current pace, because it is clearly not meeting the need. We currently have over 33,000 people on waiting lists for housing through MDHA, and most of those people will wait years for housing if they get it at all. and that doesn't count the thousands of other Metro workers and people who cannot afford to live here. I chose MNPD for these funds because MNPD gets an inordinate amount of our budget funds. The MNPD budget has increased every year that I've been in office, every year. And every year, we tell other departments and programs that they need to wait until next time. Every year. And every year, it's the exact same story. How bad it will be if MNPD has to wait. You know, I went back and I looked at all of the news coverage about every budget since I took office, and every year, they could rerun those stories just by changing out the budget numbers, because it's always the same. The dire consequences that will befall us all if MNPD should ever have to wait. And what's even worse is that in addition to getting their budget wishes filled every year, MNPD also got their ARP wishes funded too, over $12 million for tasers and vehicles. While we didn't fund community needs, while we told other Metro departments and community partners to wait until next time. MNPD gets every shiny thing they want all the time, while some Metro employees don't get a living wage. We don't fully fund COLAs, and everyone watches their purchasing power decrease by the day, while the number of homeless increase, while affordable housing stock falls, while poverty skyrockets and the numbers of services shrink, while we don't build sidewalks and fund transit and let our school buildings fall apart, while other departments fall behind without all employees they need to effectively and efficiently do their jobs, while everyone waits until next time, which somehow never comes. It's immoral, it's unconscionable, and it's unnecessary because this is a choice. I think it's time that MNPD has to wait. They already have 190 unfilled positions, and the money is there for them to actively hire those positions, and it's sitting there unspent. So let MNPD get its current house in order and use the resources already sitting in their account and make do like the rest of us, and then come the next time around. Next time. Because everybody else has waited long enough. Thank you. I ask for your approval.
All right, so Councilmember Welsh is moving amendment number 10, properly seconded. Councilmember Henderson, you're recognized.
Vice Mayor, that was for Amendment 8.
Okay, sorry. You just never got there, did you? All right, Councilmember Nash on this one.
Obviously, I'm going to have to disagree with Councilmember Welch. Every department in Metro over the past few years has gone without, including the police department.
Okay, so
and as the
Councilmember Nash, hold on. So we let people applaud. We're not supposed to do that, but if you're in favor of something, that's fine. But we want everybody to be heard, so we don't want any type of noise or protest coming from people who may disagree. All right? Councilmember Nash, you're recognized.
As funds have become available the last couple of years, we've seen schools is the largest budget item for this government. We've raised teacher pay. We have raised, in this budget, staff pay. We've just talked about how Public Works got positions last year so they can afford to give up one or two this year to help fund something. We gave $30 million to the Barnes Fund last year as part of the budget. The police department is the second largest department here. Yeah, so there's needs, and it's expensive. Policing is expensive. It takes cars, it takes tasers. We want them to be able to do the job safely, do it so that they do no harm. And I think to blame the police department for all the lack of funding elsewhere is just a bogus argument, and I hope the rest of the council sees that too.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Swope?
Previous question.
All right. Voting on previous question, not the amendment. All in favor of the previous question, say aye. Aye. Yes. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We are voting on amendment number 10. You want to go on the board? All right, we're going on the board. Mr. Clerk? So we are voting on amendment number 10 by Councilmember Welsh, which was moved and then properly seconded. This is about the $15 million to the Barnes Fund from the police department. Mr. Clark? All right. Go ahead and open up the machines. We're voting on amendment number 10. Okay. Mr. Clark, close machines, take the vote. Ayes 5, noes 29, 3 abstentions. The amendment fails. Okay, we're ready to go to amendment number 11. Councilmember Welsh. Let me go to Councilmember Allen for the committee report again.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance had 0 in favor, 8 against, and 4 not voting.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized on amendment number 11.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to withdraw.
Okay, withdrawn. Thank you. We are on amendment number 12. This is by Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Allen, committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This was withdrawn in Budget and Finance.
All right, Councilmember Sledge. Hold on just a second. There you go.
Withdraw.
This one's withdrawn, amendment number 12. All right, amendment number 13. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance had 1 in favor, 6 against, and 5 not voting.
All right, amendment number 13 is by Councilmember O'Connell and Sledge. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval of brief comment.
All right, so I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you. The mayor referred to this as a full recovery budget, and I don't see how we can possibly say that. Yet again, we are ignoring the recommendation of our own Civil Service Commission and foregoing a full 5% cost of living adjustment. The chair's substitute gets us closer than the mayor, but we're stopping short of a full COLA just as the cost of living has dramatically increased. Worse, unless this amendment passes, we'll leave here tonight having cut transit funding just as gas prices are hitting new highs. Transit is one of the most important investments we can make to empower people to lower their own cost of living and access more of the city. This is a very fully staffed budget. Across 2 fiscal years, we'll add nearly 1,000 full-time employees. Last year, we added 42 positions to the Nashville Department of Transportation, NDOT. This year, it's proposed that we add 45 more. What's striking to me is that I'm not seeing any transportation. My constituents are still asking for better sidewalks, more crosswalks, safer intersections, and more protected bikeways, but these projects are still too often stalled, not just in District 19, but across the city. And surprisingly few of the proposed staff increases are focused on actual transportation infrastructure delivery. Meanwhile, we are fully 5 years behind where we should be in building a frequent transit network. See the highlighted last page of the MTA WeGo letter on your desks. We've heard the phrase opportunistic funding over and over and over again, and yet all we do is pass up opportunities, and our streets are deadlier than ever. I do selectively propose to reduce full-time employees in multiple departments, all of which got multiple new positions. These are annotated in the letter on your desk. It's obviously unpopular to take away something from someone who thinks they're getting it, but transit users keep thinking we're going to give them better transit service, and we keep taking it away. People who want to be transit users keep thinking it will improve, and we keep not providing those improvements. When I was in a My City Academy class in 2014 with immigrant and refugee leaders, as a neighborhood leader at the time, they were stunned at our lack of transit. With more than 500 new employees proposed, delaying a few mostly duplicated roles while we confront the challenges the mayor alluded to won't be noticed by most Nashvillians. But accelerated capital projects and service improvements will be noticed by thousands of transit users. In committee, we heard many concerns about the 4% threshold. I'm willing to reduce the proposed amount of the reserve fund here right now on the floor just to get any additional transit funding if it would earn more votes. Regardless, I encourage colleagues to support this amendment to reduce both the cost of government over the long term as well as the cost of living sooner.
All right, thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember O'Connell is moving amendment number 13, properly seconded. Councilmember Hauser, do you wish to be recognized on this one? That was from before. Councilmember Pulley on this one? Councilmember Pulley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. We did hear from, we had a lot of discussion about the 4% fund. I do want to point out that there are a lot of other organizations mentioned in this amendment, and the amounts of money, even though they may appear small, are not insignificant to those specific organizations mentioned in this. We also heard from the MTA director who said he was prepared to, that the budget was provided to him in this budget is plenty sufficient to get him through this season. Although I do note that Councilmember O'Connell's concerns are not insignificant, and I do support his thinking here. I'm a little concerned about the funding mechanism that we're using for this, so for that reason, I'm not going to be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Pulley. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Obviously, I'm supporting this amendment. Want to give folks who may not have been in budget a little bit of context to our conversation. It was mentioned some of the reasons we need to be that we are behind on transit funding. We need to be catching up on transit funding. Our current situation notwithstanding, if this million gets taken out from the substitute versus the mayor's proposed budget, that million has real consequences. It delays the Better Bus expansion that was planned by WeGo on several key crosstown routes, which right now are mostly underserved routes. And then it delays expansion on hours and service on two major lines, the 7, which is the Hillsborough, and the 8, which is the 8th Avenue South line. Those are some of the biggest and fastest growing lines in the county right now. And so it concerns me that at a time where we know that transit is, and for some people, and for many people in our city, a necessity. It's not an option, it's a necessity. It's the only thing out there. And then for others, it might be an option they'd like to take at a time where the gas pump is hitting their wallet, that the expansion won't be there. And we heard from Director Bland about capital needs and the fact that there is a backlog like there is in several other supply chains across the country of actual buses. But this expansion that was planned under the mayor's proposed budget was critical. It was absolutely critical to serving people in our county. So I don't want to put words in Chair Allen's mouth, so I want to make sure that I reflect them correctly. She did mention something to the effect of if we experience a windfall over the next fiscal year, that hopefully we can come back and look at the services that we provide. I would hope also that other colleagues, if this amendment does not pass, that we will be paying very close attention to where our balances are and where our revenues are, and that when we have the opportunity to make this whole through a supplemental, that we need to take that opportunity and we need to do it as soon as possible. Because while WeGo starts implementing their Better Bus strategy and they leave out the lines that are so desperately needed, we need to catch back up, and then we need to get a lot further down the road. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Allen, your name was called. Do you want to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Sledge. I had just made the remark that if we discover later on that there is funding, there are theoretically opportunities to make adjustments down the line. And Better Bus is such an important thing. And I've got constituents who are so excited that improvements have been made in the current line, and they're looking forward to that. So whatever we can do to support that growth down the line. In the long run, we need a dedicated source of funding, but we can't solve that tonight.
All right. Councilmember Swope.
Previous question.
Councilmember Swope calls the previous question. We're voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We are voting on amendment number 13. We'll try this one by voice vote. All in favor of amendment number 13 say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
I believe the noes have it. All right, so amendment number 13 is defeated. Okay. We are on amendment number 14. This is by Council Members Porterfield, Toombs, Taylor, and others. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized for the vote on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance had 2 in favor, 3 against, and 4 not voting.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized on amendment number 14.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Point of order, there was a late filed amendment that was supposed to come before Amendment 14. So am I able to run my late file first?
So, Councilmember Porterfield, I'm going to turn this one over to Director Darby because I don't have a copy of that. It's a late filed amendment. Ms. Darby?
Councilmember, it was my understanding that you were going to file that, you were going to move for a late filed amendment after Amendment 14.
Before Amendment 14. I apologize. Hannah and I talked about.
Yeah, I know that.
My apologies.
You would need to suspend the rules to move for a late file at this time.
I'm aware. I just wanted to make sure that I could do that. I wanted to make sure that I could do the late file prior to doing Amendment 14.
You can, but again, we thought you were going to do it after 14.
Okay, no worries. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to ask for a suspension of the rules to do a late filed amendment. This is the exact same amendment as 14. It is only changing the funding source. So I would ask my colleagues to not oppose a suspension of the rules to give us the opportunity to discuss it.
Okay, so just before, do people have a copy of the amendment before them?
No.
All right.
It's on the floor, late file.
It's a late filed on the floor. One other question, did it go through the Budget Committee? Okay. All right, so did it go to the Rules Committee? Okay, so you're going to have to just suspend all kinds of rules to get this in front of the committee tonight. All right.
Absolutely,
So,
Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Porterfield is requesting a suspension of the rules to get a late filed amendment in place of amendment number 14 before this body tonight, or at least to go before amendment number 14.
Yeah.
All right. Is there objection to suspension of the rules? One. Anybody else? Only see one hand up, so the rules are suspended. Councilmember Porterfield, okay, so you are on a late filed amendment prior to amendment number 14 to the budget.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, colleagues, for giving me the opportunity to bring this late filed amendment before us. The reason why this is late filed is when we initially were looking at filing this amendment, there were some questions about the funding source. There was a funding source that we were going to bring forth. However, General was able to find non-reoccurring funding so that's why we went ahead and went with the initial request that is in Amendment 14. However, there was conversation that, some people had some questions about that 4% fund. So we want to bring forth this late filed amendment. Again, it is exactly the same as Amendment 14. The only difference is that the funding source would be $650,000 coming from judgment and losses, $650,000 coming from the self-insured fund, and $700,000 coming from the 4% fund. So again, it is the exact same amendment as Amendment 14. Those are the sources that we are asking that the funding comes from. When we looked at the budget for Metro General, which, as we know, is the city's hospital has a $2 million shortfall in this particular budget. One thing that came up in the budget work session was that General is paying the legacy pension for the pension for Legacy Bordeaux Hospital, which is $2.3 million. And we know that pension must be funded and it must be paid, but it can be argued whether or not that should be the responsibility of General. If this was not General's responsibility, they would not need an additional $2 million, but we have put this burden upon them and we need to make up for that shortfall. So we are asking that you all support this legislation. The Metro General Hospital was one of the top requests for the Minority Caucus on the Minority Caucus wish list. It also ranked extremely high on the quadratic voting process list. So we all know that as a body, this is something that we support. So we're asking the colleagues, and I'm asking our colleagues, to please support this to make sure that General gets the funding that they need.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Porterfield. So you're moving approval of, we're going to call it amendment.
Hannah to call it the 14.5. But
14.5 or 13.5, so it's before amendment number 14. So we're going to call this amendment 13.5. All right, so it's properly moved, properly seconded. Because we're going off of this one and we don't have it in front of us, we're trying to make sure that it's right. Councilmember Allen, have you looked at this in response to being the budget chair? Councilmember Allen, you're right.
Thank you for the recognition. I will say that I have looked at these funding sources as possible extra wiggle room. I know that our finance folks get a little nervous when we start digging into those further, but no one has shown me official numbers that set that $1 million judgment and losses that we stopped at as an official starting point. So I will simply say I am more comfortable with this than the other options that have been put forth, and I will let other folks opine as well. But I appreciate the continued creativity at looking at funding sources that may not be as inappropriate as the ones that were mentioned earlier.
All right, so I'm trying to figure out what we've got. I'm going to go to the director first, and then I'm going to try to figure out who is listed on this thing so I can call on respective people, since this is something new that we haven't seen. Director Flannery? Sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate the attempt to accommodate the existing policies. Greatly appreciate. I think that does scratch that itch. I would just reiterate, and again, not specific to the cause here, but globally, with the substitute and the work that we put in there, that was all the couch cushion. So anything beyond that is not my recommendation. We are entering an unclear economic picture, but I get very comfortable with this, and this is a better solution than previously proposed. So I appreciate that, and because I can't turn my brain off. I just had a light bulb moment. And as we think about what the fund balance policy looks like when we revise it, I think what might be an elegant thing to add to the waterfall is not just where do revenues go and how do we treat fund balance, but adding these insurance liability funds and some sort of guardrails around them going forward too. So maybe we fill up fund balance first, then we fill up these settlements and judgment funds, and then we look at it. So I'm going to ask that we remember this conversation when we bring a policy back. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to go through the list. I've got maybe some old names on here from the last time. Councilor Pulley, do you want to be recognized on this? Councilor Pulley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. We had a robust discussion about this, even though it was a different funding source in Budget Committee, and I appreciate the efforts of my colleagues. I've been a strong supporter of the hospital, having served on that committee for 7 years myself, and I've seen the work that they do. I am concerned about the new funding sources, and part of the discussion was nice back and forth with representatives from the hospital authority, and it appears as though the main need, I believe $2.4 million, is really kind of a capital-related expense. And correct me if I'm wrong, Director Flannery, but I believe I heard Director Flannery talk about exploring means of capital funding for this issue that created the shortfall. Is that correct?
Director Flannery.
You'd indulge me.
Sure. For every department and partner, we fund capital through the CSP program or the 4%. If we wanted to contemplate something for this, it would have, unfortunately, we just did the CIB, so it would need to go through that process again. In hearing about it very high level, it sounds like it might be a good candidate for 4%, but that is, there's a lot of zeros on the end of that one, and that eats into a lot of that pot. So it's a...
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further, Mr. Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Pulley. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just need to be marked as recusing myself on this vote or any vote with Metro Hospital.
Okay. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Previous question.
Okay. So the call is for the previous question. Let's vote on the previous question. You're not voting on the amendment. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
Yeah, so the previous question fails, all right, because it has to have 27 votes. I would say that this one hasn't been discussed. Just make sure everybody understands, when we suspended the rules, typically an amendment goes to the Budget Committee for a recommendation. That's in our rules. We suspended those rules, so we have no recommendation, so we're trying to make sure we're clear on what this is before us. All right, so I'm going to go to the next person, which is Councilmember Toombs. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. When Nashville General initially presented their budget presentation to the Budget and Finance Committee, Bruce Nearmore, who's the Chief Financial Officer, told us that they had a $2 million shortfall, and if they did not receive that $2 million, they would have to cut services. The $2 million shortfall was after them having decided to cut their COLA at that time. And we went back and forth. This is on the Minority Caucus's wish list to make sure that Nashville General is fully funded. As Councilwoman Porterfield said, this is our city hospital. If they're telling us they're $2 million short, we really need to fund it so that they can continue to provide services to the residents of Nashville. And so in trying to determine what the funding sources would be, there was some hesitation because, you know, the chair's substitute does try to address a lot of the concerns of the body, and having served as budget chair, I know how difficult that is, and the substitute has done a good job, but Nashville General is vitally important to our city. And so in trying to find funding sources, we looked at you know, what non-recurring sources could be pulled out of Nashville General's budget so that it would fit the policy regarding the fund balance. And that's where the $2.4 million from the IT services comes from. But Nashville General has a lot of issues within their budget, regardless of whether you pull out non-recurring expenses and try to use that fund balance to pay those, or you look at their recurring operating expenses. The point is they have a $2 million shortfall, and this is our city's hospital. They are providing medical care, much needed medical care to folks who cannot afford medical care otherwise. This is discounted medications. This is food from the food pharmacy. This is diabetic treatment. They make sure that you receive holistic treatment, whether you can afford it or not. So we need to take care of our city's hospital and bridge that gap.
Okay. Thank you, Council Member. Councilmember Mendez.
Thanks. So to start, I guess I didn't realize at first we were listening to an oral amendment to the budget, and I didn't catch the numbers or the sources. And so I'd like it if somebody could repeat that for me, and we'll need, and then the follow-up question is going to be, I know there's different contingency funds, and I would like to make sure, since this is not in writing, shared with us or the public, that everybody who's got to actually publish the budget has sufficient clarity about what the different buckets are.
Thank you, Councilor Mendez. Members of the council, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm looking at Councilor Mendez, I don't know if I've ever had one on the floor like this before.
I mean, in some of the wacky ones at the end of last term, there were multiple verbal amendments of verbal amendments. But it, you know, like we're trying to create some sort of record here. And, right. And I'm like, I just didn't catch the numbers of the sources.
I'm going to go back to Councilmember Porterfield. That's why we're trying to be careful to make sure we've got this right. Councilmember Porterfield, I'm going to recognize you, and if you can answer Councilmember Mendez's questions.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much, Vice Mayor. And when checking with, is it Vice Director Zeitlin? Hannah Zeitlin, I don't know her title. When checking with Hannah and Director Darby on the appropriate way to amend an amendment on the floor, I was advised that this was the best way to try to do it. So, you know, I know that this is not a typical way, but we did want to make sure that we are speaking to the necessity of this amendment. It is the exact same amendment that you see in your packet, where amendment number 14. The only difference is where it says undesignated fund balance for the $2 million. It is now coming from judgment and losses, $650,000. The self-insured fund,
$650,000, and the 4% fund, $700,000.
Councilmember Mendez.
Thanks, I appreciate that. And then I guess the follow-up question is toward Director Flannery about the use of $700,000 more of 4% funds. Will that, there was talk during Budget and Finance Committee about if Councilmember O'Connell's passed, that it would delay the next 4% piece of legislation, and you'd have to rethink the timing and the scope of that. And I just would like to ask whether that same issue would exist with using $700,000 in this way.
So I was looking for my cheat sheet that I can't find when I need it, but I think that right now we're at about the 4% is really funded about 4.5. This would put us in about the 4.4% neighborhood. And the paper that we're bringing on Friday is
Director Flannery, can you repeat that so everybody can hear?
Sure, go ahead.
Ms. Wilson, you're recognized.
Yes, hi. I think the paper you were asking about is about 21 million. That'll be coming this year. It's the the final paper for the FY22 allocation, in which we actually successfully funded that at 5%. And we've been able to, along with supplemental funding, reduce our fleet backlog, and we've been able to fully fund for the first time in years the library's needs for books and materials. We've been able to fund all of our winter weather equipment needs and NDOT. And so I just want to make you aware, we're already cutting almost 4.8 million out of that 5% level in this year's budget. Understand why. We had hard challenges that we had in front of us, but I've already put on notice that libraries will not receive full funding for books and materials next year. Parks will probably not receive full funding for programmatic equipment for next year. We are going to end up having to, as we continue down this path, pull further programmatic pieces out. Our priority always is going to be safety first, contractual requirements second. This was all outlined in the fact sheets you all had on 4% funding, contractual second, and then we try to make sure we have productivity in place, right? We have a lot of employees we're hiring. We need to make sure they have computers and equipment, office furniture to work from. So once you do that, we're pretty much there. And understand these are all important trade-offs, and I just want you to make sure you know the impact of this trade-off will be that we're going to cut further into programs. And if you look back at before FY22, when we were funding at 4%, you can see what kind of funding departments received. That'll be the types of funding we're bringing forward to you going forward. It's how we got into having some pretty significant backlogs and contributed to our deferred maintenance problems.
Councilor Mendez.
I know my time's over, so I'll just ask one quick question. I mean, I definitely appreciate the we really, really hate it vibe and totally agree. But like in the weeds on the 700,000, you know, when there was talk a couple hours ago about a $5 million extra hit on the 4% funds, Director Flannery was clear that that would result in a delay in reassessment of the next 4% fund legislation, and you know, 700,000 is different than 5 million, and so does that still cause a delay? Just.
No, I think the expectation is we will still bring a paper on Friday, but as Ms. Wilson said, we'll take another scrub at it and realign the priorities and make sure that they still, you know, protect those things that are most important. As we discussed, public safety is going to come first, and so there will be some things, I think. I know finance has got a technology purchase on there that's probably going to get cut off. I feel it coming, and that's okay. But there will be changes that come to that paper.
All right. Thanks, Vice Mayor. Thanks, Director.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think Councilmember Mendez got to a lot of my questions. I'm still without something in front of me. I think my big question right now is, you know, between these two am I trying to decide that the administration or finance would prefer one to the other? Like, is one less bad? It's just hard to tell from the analysis right now. So I didn't know if the analysis favored one of these. I understand it sounded like the sponsor brought this as a potentially preferable alternative, and I just want to understand where the analysis is.
So I'm not sure who to turn to. I'm also looking at the administration, I guess, for maybe that answer. Councilmember O'Connell, is that sort of what you're looking for? I think because we don't have anything in front of us, we're trying to figure out whether this is okay.
But yeah, basically, is this better than what was filed?
Sure.
Director Flannery?
The preference would not be to fund any of these amendments, right? The substitute was the comfort level that we had. So anything from, 4 o'clock today on, don't love. But if you're asking me to pick between 14 and 13.5, 13.5 keeps the council within council's policies, and that is preferable.
Councilmember O'Connell?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. I'm hesitant to call on the council member over in the 4th District. I think I'm going to keep going a little bit because I think people have lots of questions. So then I'll come back to you. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to stand and say that the Nashville General Hospital and the city of Nashville has a charter agreement in order to take care of this essential hospital. And I want to remind my colleagues that a 2 or 3 meetings ago, we voted to pay $40 million for a potential use of a mall for a hospital that is going to be utilized by an institution that's able to pay for itself probably 10 times over. And we will be serving people who cannot pay for their own insurance, but they still need to help. And it is our responsibility and obligation to do so. And historically, I can say that when Nashville General Hospital was on Hermitage Avenue, the financial woes that we are having while it is on Albion were not in existence. And I think that the same kind of care and allotment that we utilized during those times to care for that hospital and the citizens of Nashville, we need to do those same things in this day and time, regardless of its location. It has been stated that the $700,000 is a much different amount. There has been some compromise and collaborative discussion to find a better funding source to help with this cause. I urge all of our colleagues to do the right thing and make sure that every Nashvilleian has health care, and vote yes for this amendment.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Hurt. Got Councilmember Vercher.
I'll be brief. I was back here scratching my head.
Thank you for letting us know that.
Vice Mayor, every budget cycle, we're scraping and clawing for General Hospital. At some point as a city, we're going to have to say, 1, we are serious about public health, and 2, we are serious about what is ours. General Hospital is ours. This is what we know. We still got the residuals of COVID, even during COVID. We know the communities that General Hospital, they were impacted more than some of the communities here that some of us actually represent, right? And talking to community leaders, Senator Gilmore, every budget cycle, I'll go back to this, every budget cycle, we got to do this back and forth at General Hospital. Every budget cycle, been on council 7 years. Talk to other community leaders, talk to Senator Gilmore. It was an issue when she was on council. You talk to Ludi Waters. It was an issue when he was on council. At some point, we have to stop this. When the community come before us and they're talking about these structural systems that infringe and oppress on certain communities, healthcare is one of them, Vice Mayor. Colleagues, I hope next year during budget time, whomever the budget chair is, and I hope the mayor hear this too, let's not have this body go before this. Let's not keep creating uncertainty for our hospital. We're supposed to be the healthcare capital of the world. And every budget year, we got to do this debate, this song and dance on a nickel and dime General Hospital every year. It shouldn't be like that. If we're going to talk about core services, public safety, education, heard the mayor speak, he did not mention health care. And for communities of color, all those are impactful for our quality of life. So colleagues, let's support this. I know it is unorthodox. I've been budget chair 2 consecutive years when we didn't have any money, but that's a whole nother conversation. Now we're funding our priorities. This is our opportunity as a body to be on record of what we value. And it can't just solely be just education, and I'm not knocking some of your other priorities, the sidewalks and all the greenways and all that. I love those things too. But healthcare is critical for our community. I ask for your support in this, colleagues. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Bircher. Councilmember Porterfield, you've spoken before. I've got some people who haven't spoken yet, so I'll come back to you. Councilmember Young?
Previous question.
Well, I would have come back with All right, so Councilmember Young has called the previous question. We'll try it again. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
Previous question prevails. So we are on the amendment. We're on amendment 13.5. All right. I'm going to try by voice vote first. All right. So we're voting on amendment 13.5. All those in favor of the amendment 13.5 say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
No.
That one's close enough. All right, so we're going to go on the board. It's a majority vote, but just to be on the safe side, we're going to do this one on the board. I don't know if you can put amendment 13.5 up there. It's actually 13.5. We haven't gotten to amendment 14 yet. Okay. Mr. Clerk, you ready? Okay, so we are voting on Amendment 13.5. It's an amendment by Councilmember Porterfield. She moved it. It was properly seconded. If you're for it, you would vote aye. If you're against it, you vote no. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. Ready? Mr. Clerk, close machines, take the vote. Ayes 22, noes 12, 1 abstention. The motion passes, right? All right, so we go to amendment number 14. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
I would like to withdraw this amendment.
All right. I didn't even get the vote on it, but amendment number 14 is withdrawn. We are on amendment number 15 by Councilmember Porterfield and Toombs. Let me get the committee report on that one. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget had 0 in favor, 6 against, and 6 not voting.
All right. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I would like to start off by saying thank you to the administration. Thank you to Dr. Battle and MNPS. Thank you to SEIU and everyone that has fought hard to make sure that we have appropriate funding for our support staff, which we know in many cases are some of the lowest paid employees in Metro government. So thank you all for doing everything that you've done up to this point. to get us to closer to where we need to be, but getting us closer isn't getting us to where we need to be. If you all will think back, our support staff had 7 years with no COLA. So the COLA was not funded in 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2017, and 2019. They had 6 years with no step increases, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2019, and 2020. So that is, there was an overlap in 2 years, for 2 years in 2017 and 2019. So that is 11 years out of the last 14 years, 11 years where there was not the appropriate or adequate funding for the people that help keep our schools floating, the people that are doing the hard work, the people that often don't get the recognition or the pay that they deserve. This amendment is to give a bonus. This is to give a bonus to the employees, and this will buy time for MNPS and SEIU and whomever else needs to be a part of that conversation to work on an appropriate pay plan and pay schedule that addresses the needs, that gets our employees closer to a living wage. Again, this is a bonus, but a bonus is not unprecedented in MNPS. As we recently saw COVID bonuses, we saw in August 2019, there were 49 teachers that got a one-time bonus or stipend because they taught in areas of high needs. In February of 2022, we saw $1,000 attendance bonuses as well as $1,000 referral bonuses. So bonuses is nothing new within this structure. We know that these individuals deserve a living wage, and we are not getting them there. Again, I thank you all for the work that has been done, but we're not getting them there when we're only getting individuals to close to $28,000 a year. And each of us in this room knows how little $28,000 is to work to live in Metro Nashville. We know how expensive it is to live here. So we have to make sure that we are funding the individuals that are keeping our schools afloat and that are helping our children every single day. And with that, Vice Mayor, I would ask that my colleagues support this amendment.
All right, so Councilmember Porterfield has moved amendment number 15, properly seconded. I'm going to go to the board. Now, some of this may be old. Councilmember Vercher, was that from before? Okay. Councilmember Pulley, you want to be recognized on this? Councilmember Pulley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Again, I'm a little concerned about the funding source for this. Any report that you see on the nation's economy and what we have to look forward to doesn't really look like a prosperous year ahead of us. And again, that will affect our growth rate as well. And I'm a little concerned about going into our undesignated fund balance, especially in light of what we just funded. So I appreciate the work of my colleague, and we have funded raises pretty significantly in the schools in this budget, and so for the concern I have about the funding source here, I'm not going to be supporting this amendment, and I'd urge my colleagues to think about that. Thank you very much.
All right. Councilmember Sepulveda.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I am rising in support of this amendment along with my colleague here who we know was in our Metro Public Schools not too long ago teaching and supporting. I was in our Metro Public Schools a couple of years ago now, and I spent the entirety of my schooling from kindergarten to senior year watching a lot of our employees and all of the hard work they do. It is embarrassing that our support staff, that our Metro employees don't make a living wage here in this city where we have so much money coming in from tourism. We can't even have our support staff afford to live in our county. They work in our county, but they can't live here. How many people came to us during the public hearing telling us that they are contemplating leaving the county, or that they already left the county, or that they're thinking about quitting? What are we going to do when we don't have people who are willing to take these jobs because we don't pay them well? That's unacceptable, and I think it is important that we vote in favor of this, give our staff a living wage, and do better.
Okay, thank you, Council Member. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I understand colleagues' concerns about using fund balance. I understand the economic times that we find ourselves in. When I served as vice chair under Councilman Mendez, in terms of fund balance, the city was hanging by a thread, and we've come a long way since then. But looking at possible uncertain times ahead, who do we think is better able to weather those uncertain times? A city government with a $3 billion budget and nearly $400 million in a reserve fund, or someone making $28,000 a year in Nashville? We need to make sure that our employees are paid a living wage. It takes $80,000 to live comfortably in Nashville, and we're debating whether or not to get people up to $30,000. We need to do the right thing, colleagues, and please support this amendment.
Okay, I'm going to use my authority again because I've got the budget chair behind you a little bit further down, so I'm going to wait because I think it is important to hear. It's our budget. Okay. Just letting you know what I'm doing. All right. So, Councilmember Sawar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. During budget, I had asked the question if the $4 million was enough and if that was the amount that MMPS has asked for to be able to get to livable wage, and they had said yes. But when I asked if that actually got everyone to the recommended $33,000, the answer was a no. I was conflicted at that point. I did abstain from that vote. But if you remember during the prayer, Angie said something, and I hope that we all remember it. She said to all of us, or when we're looking at this, we're looking at numbers. But on the other side are people that are impacted. And we look at what this will do to actual people behind those numbers. Yes, it is fund balance. And as somebody who rated fund balance the year that Bob Mendes was chair, we've done it before. It's not something that we like to do. It's not something that is popular. But when we look at the needs of our people, when we look at supporting our residents, it's something that we've done. And I think in this case, especially since I got the answer that the $4 million might not be enough, what if they get into it and then it's not enough? We do know that if we give them the additional money, if they don't use all of it, then they don't use it. But at least they have our mandate to be able to say, do what you need to do, get everybody to a living wage, and let's make sure that people that are working here can live here. So I'm going to just encourage all of us one more time to just remember that this is more than numbers to a lot of people that are impacted. This is their cost of living and their way of life. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have a question, and I believe this is going to be directed towards finance, and I apologize if this is a repeated question, but with all these numbers and that's been thrown around, I'm trying to comprehend. So this amendment would basically take $5 million from the undesignated fund balance. My question is, with the current substitute budget as is, without this amendment, how much money is left in our undesignated fund balance?
Director Flannery. You just broke the thing. It's okay.
I'll buy you a new one.
Thank you.
So there is, as of June 30th, 2021, in the three funds, which is GSD, USD, and schools, there is $378.8 million. The substitute contemplates 9, I think, so call it $370 million. So
we're looking at right now $370 million in our reserve fund to help get us through any potential rainy day, and that's not taking into consideration any revenue coming in for this year, because if I understand the conversation of budget and finance earlier, we won't really know any good numbers for this year until the end of this month, correct? So we're going off of last year's certified number.
That's correct.
So I share concerns. I don't like the idea of rating from our savings account because that's what got us in the position 3 years ago where we fought for 3 years in a row to try and get an appropriate tax rate to get our city out of the hole we dug ourselves in. But a couple years ago when we did finally pass a budget with a tax increase, it was because we had no reserve funds left. We had bled the piggy bank dry. I don't see a problem with taking the $5 million and providing support for our support staff. It's not like this is to help the people who are helping keep our city running. We are not in a financial hole because we gave out millions of dollars in tax incentives to businesses that don't pay their fair share of taxes. We have done due diligence. We have repaired our finances. We are building our savings account. We unfortunately were not expecting to have to fill a $26 million hole in MMPS budget because the state short just changed us. Had that not happened, I think a lot of these amendments, a lot of these discussions we would not be having. But unfortunately, this is where we're at. So I don't like taking money from the reserves, but as we've just explained, it's not like we're wiping out the piggy bank. And I think our support staff deserve this investment because they have invested so much in our city, our teachers, and our students. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. So Councilmember Porterfield, again, you've already spoken on this, so I got to go to Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is a tough decision. I just want to, I'm a numbers person, so I'm going to run some numbers again. First is the budget that we started with had $92 million in it for raises for MNPS employees. Last year, we made our teachers the best paid in the state, and we had a promise to come back and to have similar significant raises for support staff this year. That budget focused on 3 target categories of support staff, which was the nutrition workers, the bus drivers, and the paraprofessionals. And that's a big chunk of the support staff, but it's not all of them. And we heard loud and clear that all of our support staff deserve a living wage. And we've heard from MIT that's $18 an hour. There is the issue that some people only work for 10 months, but we've heard tonight that those people have the opportunity to work the other 2 months for someone else. MNPS has jobs that they can work for. It may not necessarily be the same wage. That's not ideal. But I think it's important to understand that the substitute budget does have $4 million in there to go above and ensure that every one of those support staff are earning that minimum, that living wage. And that was a number that was developed by the MNPS HR department, looking at those very complicated charts that we're all trying to figure out with all the steps and grades and all that. So they have looked at the 2 key things: can we get everybody to a living wage, and can we ensure that we don't create compression issues where someone gets raised up and then they're making more than someone that hasn't been there as long. So we've been given an actual pay, not an entire pay study, but they've at least looked at it from a very detailed perspective and said we have reached those 2 objectives of a living wage and not causing compression problems, which means the people up in the chart are also given raises as well. And that's on top of the 4% cost of living increase and the 3% step. So for the people that they're raising up, this is above that. So I think it's important for us to understand that we have made important strides both with the budget we started with. It wasn't everywhere we wanted to be, but the substitute, I think, gets us very close to what we heard people asking for and is based on honest to goodness, detailed calculations from the people that have the tools to do that in a specific way. And I appreciate all the work that SEIU has done to give us materials. It certainly has pushed the bar, and that's important, and I know that they will continue to do that, and I hope we do a better job of involving them, the workers, in the conversations earlier in the process so that we don't have to have the battles at the end. But I will step back and defend our fund balance. I mean, we have all had the experience, I think, of raising taxes at a time when people are in a very distressed situation financially. And I don't know what's in front of us, but I know good and well that I don't want to do that again. We have the opportunity to put away the 2 to 3 months operating fund balance that is recommended by good general principles, and the purpose of doing that is so if something comes along like a recession or a pandemic or a bombing or a tornado, and we know those things happen, that we haven't given everything away one little bit at a time for very good causes. Everything we've talked about tonight is a very good cause. This is also worthy. It is very important to make our support staff feel valued, and to me that means we ensure that they all have a living wage and that they can get a raise again next year. That's meaningful. Excuse me. I believe the support that the substitute does that, and I appreciate the efforts of the Minority Caucus, and if we could do it without rating fund balance, I'd be all for it, but I think we have pushed the limit. I think we did a great thing with Nashville General, and I'm not comfortable with going further into further pushing that limit. So as much as I appreciate all the effort that's going into this, I'm not going to be able to support this one.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Cash.
Thank you, Chair. I want to make sure I understand something that Chair Allen just said. So $4 million, Metro has said that $4 million that's in the substitute budget gets these employees that we're talking about to a living wage. Is that?
Councilmember Allen?
I want to make sure I understand. Because we were talking about $9 million, and I thought I heard that it was $10 million that would get them to living wage.
Councilmember Allen.
My understanding is that 10 million was, if we do the math the way that we understand it has been described from the union recommendation, that actually if we apply the formula they suggested, that will take 10 million to do the formula that they did. But what I had requested from them is, can you look at your chart and show me what it takes to get everyone to a living wage and then to bump up the people above them so that then everyone gets a meaningful raise in future years as well to avoid that compression. That's my understanding.
Okay, thanks. I believe that this money in this amendment is not icing on the cake for these hard workers. This is the flour and the eggs for the cake. We're not talking about icing on the cake yet. And I am nervous about taking this from the fund balance. And here's part of my concern, is that we've given the school board $92 million more than last year. We've then billed a hole of $22.6 million. And I don't know that the state was doing us wrong as much as something happened and they're predicting a drop in enrollment, or we weren't sure about how how from 2 years ago when numbers started to drop with COVID, when we were going to have to realize those student losses. But so we've given a bunch more, and I don't know, I feel like we're here doing the school board's job. They should be the ones that are prioritizing their employees. So I want to support this, but I have real concerns. And what we need to do, and what everybody needs to do, is make sure that these employees are number one on the school board members' agenda. And so I think I'm going to support this, but next year we need to do this differently. We need to get the school board to do the school board's job. Thanks.
Councilmember Mendez.
Thanks. Probably not a surprise to anybody that I'm opposed to using fund balance in this way. I think everybody would agree that I was 15 months ahead of the comptroller, 2 years ahead of the majority of the body in talking about the financial problems that the city was facing, well ahead of the current mayor talking about it. And the reality is that fund balance coupled with stifled pay and squeezing constituent on services is what jumped out to me first. And fund balance is not a piggy bank. It's not, it's an important aspect of running a city. People forget, but it's not a guarantee that we overperform the budget on revenue. Of my 6 years, full 6 years in office, one of the years there's been underperformance compared to budget, and it led to, it was 2018, it led to a freeze on new hires and ultimately led to some of our other budget issues. And so it's not a guarantee. And in this incessant use of going to raid fund balance is fundamentally saying, I don't believe the revenue projection. We're going to do better. It'll be fine. And what we've done already with the $9 million, and if we do this, we're basically saying we believe we're going to overperform the revenue projection by $15 million, and what is now a one-time spend will become a built-in revenue automatically in the future. And that's no way to run a railroad at all. We have fundamentally taken the fund balance from being the worst of the 25 biggest cities in America to we're still right now way behind where the average of the 25 biggest cities in America were heading into COVID. The average was about 32% of operating expenses for fund balance for the biggest cities in America, and we're way behind that. We're below minimum standards for best practices, and fundamentally, there's other tools if you really want to. If the body had the will to do this in a fiscally prudent way, you can refuse to fund all the other positions proposed by the mayor. That would do the trick. You could change the tax rate. That would do the trick. But the idea of not having the courage as a body to take those fiscally prudent actions and leave the fund balance, treating it just like you can go rate it whenever you want and there's no consequences. We are living this budget already, I would argue, is pushing the limits of living beyond our means, the revenue we expect. And if you toss this $5 million onto it, we're absolutely making the choice to live beyond our means and betting that revenue is going to outperform what the budget is. This isn't fiscally prudent. There's other ways to make this happen that are fiscally prudent. And, I lost this argument 2 years ago. Maybe I'll lose it tonight too. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sledge.
There you go. Thanks, Vice Mayor. I'll be brief. So we've been talking a lot about funds, and I just wanted to try to bring it back to people and the number of people that this would impact. So depending on what the school board does, I believe what we're talking about is somewhere in the 3,500 to 4,000 people range. So if you're a district council member like me, that's 20% of your district. So if you were sitting here with a vote tonight saying you have the opportunity to make the lives of 20% of your district better with one vote, what are you going to do? That's the argument I think we're having here. I get all the fun stuff. I get all the economic stuff. You get one vote to make 20% of your district better. What are you going to do? Thanks, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Hart.
Yes, Vice Mayor, thank you so much. My question is there any way that we can guarantee that the money that is given is utilized for the purpose for which we are stating? Once we give it to the schools, is it their choice to put it where they want to?
I'm going to refer that to Ms. Darby.
There's actually a contingency on this that the school board has to approve the bonuses for the support staff and provide documentation of the plan to provide the bonuses to the director of finance before any funds are released.
So we're talking about bonuses. I didn't get this. Is it going to be a certain amount? Is it a certain percentage of bonus, or is it just going to be a straight?
The amendment.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. The amendment includes $5 million worth of support staff bonus payments. The school board will be the entity that determines how those bonus payments are calculated or paid to support staff. And then once they have put that plan into place, then they provide that support documentation to the finance director, who can then release the funds under the way the amendment is written.
Is there a timeline associated with it?
No, there's not in the amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Councilmember Hart. Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just for the viewing audience, so if someone can tell us what we are overall of what we're going to be voting on, the Metro budget, and it's just for this conversation, because we're talking about this amendment for MNPS, the total budget for Metro government, and the total allocation for MNPS, including debt service in relation to the total budget that we're going to be voting on. Does that make sense?
Yeah, are you looking for the percentage?
Just roughly. No, this is just for the viewing audience. Like we know what it is, but these amendments, we've been talking about $5 million here. Chair talked about what was given. Another council member talked about historically what we gave over the past. I just think just for the viewing audience for tonight, and with all these amendments and the work that we're trying to do to help the workers, it just puts it in proper context as to the overall amounts that we're dealing with. Like, we know we're voting on a $2 billion plus budget, and we know that. I'll let someone from
They're trying to figure this out. I'm looking at either Ms. Darby or
just roughly, Director.
Director Flannery. You're on.
Sure. So in the substitute, the school's operating proposed budget is $1.105.5 billion. Schools debt service is $65.58 million, and then we are contemplating an additional $5 million. So that would bring that 1.105.5 to 1.105.9. And then what you ask me, the total budget?
Yeah, our total. So you're basically saying of the total $2 billion, schools is getting a little over $1 billion and some change?
Yeah, so the total proposed is 2.95, and schools of 1.1 of that, so about a third.
Thank you so much. I think it's very important for the public to realize that when we're talking about our funding for our schools and our funding for our other departments, how it relates to the overall total budget for the city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm for the amendment, and yes, the state is screwing us with their new BS funding formula, but those aren't the reasons I stood up. Ms. Darby, did you say that we can put contingencies on money that we give to Metro schools?
Not in their not in the general appropriation that we make to them, no. This is a special, essentially a special appropriation for one-time bonus payments, and the contingency is put on how the fund balance is being used.
Okay, so is the delineation because it's a one-time thing and not recurring, or is it because it's over the maintenance of effort?
It's over the maintenance of effort, and yes, it's over the maintenance of effort. It's a one-time funding. We're using the fund balance, and we're putting a special contingency on how that fund balance is used.
Okay,
We've done this in the past, thanks.
And this is good, thanks.
All right. I'm going to go to Councilmember Porterfield, and then I'm going to Councilmember Swope. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor, and thank you to all my colleagues for the very thoughtful conversation. Councilmember Swore said a little bit of what I wanted to say, so I'll just briefly hit on that. At the beginning of our night, the mayor talked about inflation. He talked about rising interest rates. And Councilmember Toombs made a really great point. Who does that impact the most? And what we know is that impacts our lowest paid employees. The invocation in the prayer, she said something along the lines of see past the dollar signs and see the humanity in the faces. So I'm going to ask you to turn around and look at the faces of the employees that we are fighting to get funding for. And it is easy for us to sit here and say that we don't need to take $5 million from the fund balance. Our director just told us that there are $370 million left in that fund balance after we hit that $9 million. So $5 million out of $370 million, we're talking about less than 0.02% of that fund balance. We're talking about 0.0135% of the fund balance if we are reducing this by $5 million. And this will give an opportunity to get these people, the people that are in our schools, the people that are taking care of our children and your constituents' children, closer to a living wage, because as we agreed, this is not getting them to a living wage. This is just getting them one step closer to a living wage. And with that, I am going to ask my colleagues to remember one last thing. When we heard the support staff speak 2 weeks ago during the budget hearing, one of the employees said, "Let me be able to afford to do what I love." I can guarantee, just like everyone in this room, we don't do this work for a paycheck, because we know council don't get paid hardly anything, right? So we know the support staff, same thing. They're not doing this because they are doing it for the money. They're doing it because they love our children, and they're doing it because they want to make a difference in their communities. And many people have taken pay cuts to take these types of jobs. There are paraprofessionals with doctoral degrees that are working right now doing this because they love the students that they're working with. So I'm asking you all to please support this, and let's help get the support staff, which is predominantly Black and brown women. And this is supported by our minority caucus. This was high on the wish list. This was high on the quadratic formula. So we know that the body wants to do it. So I'm asking you all to please support this amendment. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. With no one left in the queue, let's vote.
All right, we're going to vote. All right, so nobody else is left in the queue. We are voting on amendment number 15. I think we have to go on the board. Mr. Clerk. Okay, so we are getting ready to vote. So ready? Okay, we are voting on amendment number 15. If you would, open up the machines. Mr. Clerk.
I can record your vote.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, close the machines, take the vote. Ayes 25, noes 12, one abstention. All right, so the motion passes. All right, we will go on to, we're going to go on. We have two late filed amendments. The first one is by Councilmember Sawara. So Councilmember Sawara, you're recognized on what I'm going to call amendment number 16. All right, hold on.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move for suspension of the rules. This amendment is adding two positions to the COB, and I hope that nobody objects to at least getting the conversation on the floor.
All right, so did this one go to the Rules Committee?
Yes, it did.
All right, Councilmember Vercher?
There's no objections, Vice Mayor.
All right, so Councilmember Sawara has moved for suspension of the rules to get a late filed budget amendment. All amendments have to be filed properly. This one's late filed. That's why it had to go to the rules, so there would have to be a suspension of the rules. Is there any objections to suspension of the rules to get this one before us tonight? I see one hand, two hand. So this one cannot be considered by the council. We have one last one. This is amendment number, what I would call amendment number 17 by Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on a late filed amendment to the budget.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is actually just for if the chair's substitute was not approved. So we'll only need to consider it if the substitute doesn't go on.
Okay. Substitute looks like it's on. So what do you want to do with this?
Can we consider it after the up or down on the substitute? No, we adopted it. Then never mind. We don't need to. I'll withdraw.
Okay. Okay. Councilmember O'Connell withdraws. I'm double checking. I believe that's the last amendment. Okay. Councilmember Allen, you're on the substitute. As amended, you've got, I believe, 3 amendments. Wait a minute, no, wait a minute. I think you've got 4. I stopped counting. So it's Amendment 13.5, and then Amendment 15, and Amendment 1, and Amendment number 8. Okay. Say it again, 4 amendments? All right, so I'm just double checking. I've got approval of Amendment number 1, Amendment number 8, Amendment number 13.5, and Amendment number 15. Councilmember Allen, you are recognized on your substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I move the bill as amended, and great appreciation to all the hard work that went into this.
Okay, so what we're going to do is, I think, let me make sure I've got this right. The substitute's passed. She's going to move the substitute as amended. We'll get that one done, and then we'll move the bill as substituted as amended for proper passage. Okay, so Councilmember Allen is moving the substitute as amended for passage. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the substitute as amended? We're not voting on the budget yet. We're just getting the substitute and the amendment properly before us. Any questions on the substitute as amended? Will that pass the budget? Substitute and the amendment. We used to do it. Oh, I know. All right, we're just making sure we've got this right. In the past, what we've done is we've always voted for the substitute as amended to get it properly before us, and then we pass the bill, the budget as substituted as amended for final passage. So just to be on the safe side, I think I want to do that. So Councilmember Allen has moved the substitute as amended. It's been properly seconded. Councilmember Pulley, discussion on the substitute as amended.
Yes, so as a matter of process, we're voting. I just have reached, I think we've crossed the threshold now where I'm a little concerned about the fiscal responsibility of the substitute. And as much as the amendments are really using the fund balance and other sources of funding, have made me at a point now where I'm no longer comfortable with it being fiscally responsible, even though all this work's done. I appreciate very much all the work that's gone into it by the budget chair. So for those reasons, I'm going to be voting no.
Okay. Right. Any other discussion on the substitute as amended? Okay, we'll do that one by voice vote, and then we're going to be on the bill, which will pass the budget. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I will be very brief. Thank you to my colleagues. We all have worked extremely hard on this budget. Thank you to Councilwoman Allen for her leadership and working so hard on this substitute budget. We were able to do a lot of things, a lot of good things collectively in this budget, and I ask that you all please stand with us and vote yes for the budget. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Young? Previous question, you were the last one in the queue.
Excellent.
All right, so this is just again on the substitute as amended to make sure we've got all these pieces right. But we're voting on the previous question first. All in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. We're on the substitute as amended. All in favor of the substitute as amended say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay, so I've got 2 noes. We're just voting on the motion for the substitute. Substitute as amended. The substitute as amended passes. Now, Councilmember Allen, you're on your budget. You're on the bill as substituted as amended for passage of the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I move the bill as substituted and amended.
All right. So Councilmember Allen, the chair, has moved it's BL 2022-1248 as substituted as amended for passage on third and final reading, properly seconded by Councilmember Suara. Any questions on the bill? We're actually voting now on the budget. Seeing none, we're on the board. We have to have 21 votes to pass this. Mr. Clerk, if you would. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're voting on the budget. It's BL 2022-1248 as substituted, as amended. If you're for that budget, you'd vote aye. If you're against it, you'll vote no. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. Everybody in? All right, Mr. Clerk, close machines, take the vote. Ayes 31, noes 3, 0 abstentions. The budget passes. Okay. And let's get the tax levy taken care of. That is item number 68 in your calendar. BL 2022-1249 by Council Members Allen and Sawara. Ordinance establishing the tax levy in the General Services District for the fiscal year 2022-2023, declaring the amount required for the annual operating budget of the Urban Services District pursuant to Section 6.07 of the Metropolitan Charter. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I don't believe we have any committee reports on this, so I'll move for approval.
All right, Councilmember Allen has moved for approval of the tax levy, properly seconded by Councilmember Sawara. Any discussions on BL 2022-1249? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. I think we're on the board. Mr. Clerk, if you would. We are voting on BL 2022-1249 for passage on third and final reading. All right, Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. Everybody's tired. Huh? You're tired. Ready? Mr. Clerk, close machines, take the vote. Ayes 28, no 0, 0 abstentions. BL 2022-1249 passes on third and final reading. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that we have some resolutions and things that are coming up, but I do think we need to take the time to thank our budget chair, Berkeley Allen, for all the hard work that she put into this. All right, everybody ready? We have a full calendar to go through. All right. I know this is dangerous. Does everybody want to take a 10-minute break? Yes! All right, so it is 9:20. We are going to stand in recess until 9:30.
All right.
Oh, thank you.
Although there were more changes, almost as many dollars moved around.
Yeah.
Brian, how do you get off on the, there you go.
Started. A lot of these things, a lot of the bills on the resolutions and on second and third are on consent. So just stay with me and we can get through this fairly quickly.
If you were calling out numbers.
All right, I'm going to go through the items that are on the consent resolution, and this is on the consent agenda. So item number 1, RS 2022-1509 is on consent. The next couple of bills have amendments, so they're not on consent. Okay. 1556 is on consent. Okay, hang with me. 1557, 1578, 1585, 1586, 1587, 1588, all on consent. 1589 is on consent. 1591 is on consent. You want to pull that one? Okay. 1591 is no longer on consent. It had a short life on consent. Thank you, Councilmember Young. 1592 is on consent. 1593 is on consent. 1594 is on consent. 1595 on consent, 1596 on consent, 1597 consent, 1598 consent, 1599 consent, 1600 consent, 1601 consent, 1602 is on consent, 1603 is on consent, 1604 is no longer on consent. We're pulling that one. 1605 is on consent, and 1606 is on consent. You want to pull 1606? Okay. All right. Anything, Councilmember Sledge?
1578, please.
Okay. Okay. So item number 7, 1578 is not on consent. Anything else needs to be bumped off? All right. First one up, RS 2022-1509 by Withers, Allen, and Stiles. Resolution established a new fee structure associated with the processing and review of Metro Planning Commission applications associated with Title 17. Next item is item number 5, RS 2022-1556 by Councilmember Allen. Resolution authorizing the issuance, sale, delivery, and payment of one or more series of general obligation improvement bonds, aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $650 million. RS 2022-1557 by Councilmember Allen. Resolution authorizing the issuance of not to exceed $290 million in aggregate principal amount of interfund tax anticipation notes of the Metropolitan Government. Item number 8, RS 2022-1585 by Councilmember Allen. Resolution approving an interlocal agreement between the Metropolitan Government and the Industrial Development Board of the Metropolitan Government and Davidson County for administrative, financial, and legal services. Item number 9, RS 2022-1586 by Allen and Welsh. A resolution accepting a grant from the Tennessee Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services to the Metropolitan Government through the state trial courts to provide the Tennessee Certified Recovery Court Program at the Davidson County Residential Drug Court. RS 2022-1587, Allen Bradford, a resolution accepting an annual donation from the Nashville Convention Visitors Corp in the amount of $25,000 for up to 5 years to provide funds for marketing for the Nashville Municipal Auditorium. RS 2022-1588 by Allen Withers and others. Resolution accepting a donation from the Nashville Convention Visitors Corp to the Metropolitan Government through the Metropolitan Nashville Planning Commission to provide supplemental funding for a music venue study. Number 12, RS 2022-1589 by Council Members Allen Withers, Syracuse, and others. Resolution accepting a donation from the Nashville Area Chamber of Commerce to the Metropolitan Government, acting bond through the Metropolitan Nashville Planning Commission to provide supplemental funding for a music venue study. RS 2022-1592, Evans and Welsh. Resolution approving an affiliation agreement between the Metropolitan Government through the Metropolitan Board of Health and Lipscomb University to provide the opportunity for students students enrolled in various health professions to encounter a wide range of clinical experience opportunities. RS 2022-1593 by Alan Bradford and others. Resolution appropriating a total of $2,544,580.20 from the Nashville Public Library to various nonprofit organizations for the provision of free and high-quality after-school and summer programming through NASA, the out-of-school time coordinating system. RS 2022-1594, Murphy and Allen and Bradford, resolution accepting an in-kind grant from the Friends of Woodmont Park to the Metropolitan Government through the Board of Parks and Recreation to provide improvements to the basketball court at Woodmont Park. RS 2022-1595 by Councilmember Allen, resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Government to settle, to compromise and settle Nicole Jordan's claim against the Metropolitan Government in the amount of $115,000 with $10,000 reflecting back pay to be paid from the Parks and Recreation operating budget. RS 2022-1596, Allen and Evans, a resolution approving a third amendment to an agreement between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County and Infor Inc. to provide maintenance and support of workforce time and attendance software for the Nashville Police Department. RS 2022-1597 by Councilmember Young, resolution classifying public roads in Davidson County, Tennessee. RS 2022-1598 by Councilmember Allen, a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the personal injury claim of Kristen Jenkins against the Metropolitan Government in the amount of $24,000. RS 2022-1599 by Council Members Allen, Young, and others, a resolution appropriating up to $2.5 million annually through a grant contract between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County through the Metropolitan Department of Water and Sewer Services and the Cumberland River Compact to provide tree canopy restoration and maintenance. RS 2022-1600 by Allen and Young, resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Government through the Department of Water and Sewer Services to enter into a waste data pilot program with Rubicon Global LLC and to accept a donation of $14,592 for hardware, software, and services associated with the program. RS 2022-1601 by O'Connell, Withers, and Young, resolution to amend ordinance number BL 2020-353 as amended to authorize the Metropolitan Government to accept an additional fire hydrant assembly for property located at 810 Division Street. RS 2022-1602 by Councilmember Hurt, resolution honoring DeCosta Jenkins upon the occasion of his retirement as President and CEO of Nashville Electric Service. RS 2022-1603 by O'Connell, Hauser, and others, a resolution recommending TVA pursue solar and storage investments in Middle Tennessee and expressing support to the NES Board for calling the same. RS 2022-1605, that's item number 28 by Councilmember Bradford. Resolution recognizing June 2022 as Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month. And that is it. Those are the items on the consent calendar. Anything need to be bumped off of those? All right, seeing none, we're going to go. We have some committee reports ready. Councilmember Allen, Budget and Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance considered the following resolutions: RS 2022-1509, 11 in favor, 0 against; 1556, 11 in favor, 0 against; 1557, 11 in favor, 0 against; 1585, 10 in favor, 0 against; 1586, 10 in favor, 0 against; 1587, 10 in favor, 0 against; 1588 and 1589, 10 in favor, 0 against; 1593, 94, 95, 96, 10 in favor, 0 against; 1598 and 1598, 10 in favor, 0 against; 1599, 11 in favor, 0 against, and 1600, 10 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thanks. Councilmember Withers, Planning and Zoning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning met and considered resolutions RS 2022-1509 and recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions. We also considered 1588, 10 in favor, and 1589, both of those 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions. And RS 2022-1601, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right, I think that may be it for you. All right, Councilmember Bradford, you got Public Facilities.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Facilities heard RS 2022-1587, 1593, 1594. We all approved those with a vote of 7 in favor, none against.
All right. Councilmember Evans, Public Health and Safety.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Health and Safety considered RS 2022-1592 and 1596 and voted in favor, 7 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Councilmember Vercher, Rules Confirmations.
Which one are we on?
We're on the resolution consent agenda.
What I need to move for,
You've got 5 resolutions that came through your committee. We're just looking for you to give us committee reports on those.
okay, Vice Mayor, RS 2022-1602, we recommended approval 5-4-0 against. RS 2022-1603, we recommended approval 5-4-0 against. 22-1604, 5-4-0 against. 1605 and 1606, 5-4-0 against.
That you did great. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. Councilmember Young, bring us home on the resolutions.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Let's go home.
Yep.
By a vote of 7 in favor, 0 against, Transportation Infrastructure recommended RS 2022-1597, 1599, 1600, and 1601 for approval, and I'll move approval of the resolutions on consent.
All right. Councilmember Young has moved approval of resolutions on the consent agenda, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the resolution consent agenda, say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. All right, so let's go back and pick up the ones that we need to. We're on item number 2 on page 3, RS 2022-1553. Council members Allen, Hancock, Stiles, and Gamble. This is a resolution adopting a new pay plan for the general employees of the Metropolitan Government, excluding employees of the Board of Health, Board of Education, and Police and Fire Departments, effective July 1st, 2022. Councilmember Allen, you are recognized on that resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Government Operations, Councilmember Hancock.
Government Operations voted 6 in favor, 0 against on the amendment and to approve as amended.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Allen, Budget and Finance.
Budget and Finance approved the amendment, 11 in favor, 0 against, and approved the bill as amended, 11 in favor, 0 against, and I move the amendment.
All right, so
I move the bill.
Councilmember has moved the amendment. Councilmember Allen, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation.
Thank you. This will come up 3 times in a row now. This is to add 0.5% additional cost of living increase for a total of 4.5%, which we just passed in the budget. And that is will also come up for the next 2 as well. So I would ask for approval of the amendment.
All right. So Councilmember Allen has explained the amendment. It's been properly moved and seconded. Any questions about the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Amendment's adopted. You're on your resolution as amended.
Thank you. I move the resolution as amended.
All right. Resolution as amended. Proper motion, proper second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Resolution is adopted. Same thing for number 3. We're on a resolution adopting a new pay plan for employees of the Metropolitan Departments of Police and Fire, effective July 1st, 2022. Councilmembers Allen, Hancock, Evans, and Gamble. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
All right. Government Operations, Councilmember Hancock.
Government Operations voted 6 in favor, 0 against on the amendment and as amended.
Public Health and Safety, Councilmember Evans.
Public Health and Safety voted in favor, 7 in favor, 0 against, as amended.
Okay. And Councilmember Allen, Budget and Finance.
Budget and Finance approved the amendment, 11 in favor, 0 against, and approved the resolution as amended, 11 in favor, 0 against, and I move the amendment.
Councilmember Allen has moved the amendment, properly second. She explained it the same way. It's the same amendment.
4.5% total COLA.
All right. Any questions on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Amendment's adopted. You're on your resolution as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I move the resolution as amended.
All right. Got a proper motion, proper second. Any questions on the resolution as amended? Seeing none, all those in favor of the resolution as amended say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on number 4, RS 2022-1555 by Council members Allen, Hancock, Evans, and Gamble. Resolution adopting a new pay plan for employees of the Metropolitan Board of Health, effective July 1st, 2022. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
I've got Councilmember Hancock for Government Operations.
Government Operations voted 6 in favor, 0 against on the amendment and as amended.
All right. Thank you. Public Health and Safety, Councilmember Evans.
Public Health and Safety voted 7 in favor, 0 against, as amended.
All right. And Councilmember Allen, Budget and Finance.
Budget and Finance recommended the amendment, 11 in favor, 0 against, and the resolution as amended, 11 in favor, 0 against, and I move the bill and the amendment.
Okay, so Councilmember Allen has moved the amendment, properly second, same explanation of the amendment as before. Any questions on the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's adopted. You're on your resolution as amended.
Move the resolution as amended, please.
All right, proper motion, proper second. Any discussion on the resolution as amended? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's adopted. You're on your resolution as amended. All right, proper motion, proper second. Any discussion on the resolution as amended? All right, proper motion, proper second. Any discussion on the resolution as amended? Seeing none, all those in favor of the resolution as amended say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Okay. We're on item number 7, RS 2022-1578 by Sledge, Allen, Withers, and Young. It's a resolution approving a participation agreement between the Metropolitan Government acting through the Department of Water and Sewerage Services and 1302 Pillow Street LLC to provide public water service improvements for Pillow Street's proposed development. Councilmember Sledge, you recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move to indefinitely defer.
Okay, so it's a motion to indefinitely defer. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those for the motion to indefinitely defer say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. That one is deferred indefinitely. Okay. RS 2022-1590 by Councilmember Sledge. Resolution appropriating the amount of $100,000 from the General Fund Reserve Fund for the purchase of equipment and building repairs for various departments of the Metropolitan Government. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Budget and Finance, Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Budget and Finance recommended a 2-meeting deferral, 11 in favor, 0 against.
Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move for a 2-meeting deferral.
Okay, so Councilmember Sledge has moved for a 2-meeting deferral, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the 2-meeting deferral say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. This one's deferred 2 meetings. That motion passes. We're on RS 2022-1591 by Councilmembers Allen, Evans, and Hancock. Resolution to approve an interlocal cooperation mutual aid agreement between the Metropolitan Government of Davidson County and the City of Brentwood, City of Franklin, City of Goodlettsville, City of Hendersonville, City of Murfreesboro, and Wilson County to create and operate a USNR water rescue team that will provide response and rescue services. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Public Health and Safety, Councilmember Evans, excuse me.
We heard this and voted 7 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against, and I move for approval.
Okay, so Councilmember Allen has moved for approval of RS 2022-1591 for passage, properly seconded. Councilmember Young.
I need to be recorded as abstaining since I'm on Goldsville's commission.
Okay. I thought it was because you had trouble with water rescue, but I wasn't sure.
Well, was on it.
Okay. I think I just heard what you said.
No, it was not swift.
Okay.
Or I wasn't.
All right. So, Councilmember. All right. All right. Councilmember Allen has moved for a passage of RS 2022-1591. It was properly seconded. Councilmember Young has to recuse himself. All those in favor of the resolution for passage say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. You adopt. Please note that Councilmember Young had to recuse himself. All right. We are on, I believe, RS 2022-1604 by Councilmembers Van Rees, Pulley, Vercher, Nash, and others. Resolution recognizes the 50th anniversary of the passage of Title IX on June 23rd, 2022. Councilmember Van Rees, you are recognized.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor Schulman. I am very excited to bring this resolution. The Women's Caucus and others have been passing resolutions throughout the past year honoring Tennessee women that have benefited from and encouraged and enhanced our world, really, but particularly in the area of sports in our local area. On June the 23rd, 1972, Title IX was passed. It's very simple and very powerful. I will remind you what it says. No person in the United States shall, on the basis of sex, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination under any education program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. So many of us have benefited this in a number of different ways. Last May of 21, I surveyed the Metro Council members here as we began to work at the Sports Authority on forming a committee to bring professional women's sports to Nashville. And in that survey, 14 council members indicated that they participated in or had children that participated in women's or girls' sports. 10 of us have personally been involved in women's or girls' sports since the passage of Title IX. 9 of us have worked in some way in helping other children in professional sports endeavors and in the kind of the desire to do so. 3 of us have been coaches, and of course, Mr. Russ Pulley and his affiliation with SEC is not lost on any of us. Councilmember Roberts played basketball and tennis and has the bionic knee to prove it now. Berkeley Allen ran track at Davidson College. Tom Dreffel is an incredible coach in tennis and continues to do that. Tanya Hancock has done a number of different things in sports, including Maryville High School's first ever soccer team. She's coached a girls swim team and women's running team still. Angie Henderson's daughter was a middle school and high school swimmer and now swims for a collegiate team. A lot of us, the women of the council, have benefited from this directly, but all the men and brothers and sisters of us have also benefited. I'm excited about bringing this resolution to us because it not only indicates the anniversary of the 50th anniversary of Title IX, but it also acknowledges the work that we're doing to bring professional women's sports to Nashville. And I, with that, ask those all voting in the affirmative to be added to the resolution, and I look forward to its passage.
Without objection, everybody will be named as a sponsor. So RS 2022-1604, Councilmember Van Rees moves for passage, properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of RS 2022-1604, say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Thank you, Councilmember Van Rees. RS 2022-1606 by Councilmember Saguaro, Syracuse, and others. Resolution recognizing June 20th, 2022 as World Refugee Day in Nashville and Davidson County. Councilmember Saguaro, you're recognized. Oh, you know what? We didn't get a committee report on the last one, but if you ask for a committee report, I'll make sure that we get both of them in here, okay? Councilmember Saguaro, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports on 1604 and 1606.
Councilmember Vercher, you should have caught me on that. Can you give me the reports on both of those?
Yes, rules recommended approval. 5-4 on, you want both of them now?
Yeah, I think you gave them to me already.
I did, but it's okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
5-4-0 against for both.
All right, thank you. All right, Councilmember Saguaro, you're recognized on your resolution.
Thank you. I pulled this out just to be able to acknowledge that yesterday was World Refugee Day. There are about 80 million individuals that are displaced out of their homes due to war and other things going on. And of that 80 million, about 20 million are the only ones that are on the UN mandate to be placed in countries like ours. And of that, only 1% actually finds a home. So we have a lot of, you've all seen the videos, you've seen the images of children at sea. I read somewhere where it says that no parent will ever put their children on sea if there were no trouble on the land, and that says a lot when you see 3-4-year-old on sea looking for a place. And so we wanted to acknowledge World Refugee Day because it highlights the needs and the dreams of refugees, but it also asks us to mobilize our political power and will to be able to help. Nashville has been very good to refugees. We have about 700 refugees in 2021 that were in Nashville. Our community is very welcoming, and there are a lot of agencies that are working to help these refugees when they come on board. And so I wanted to do this resolution, number 1, to honor World Refugee Day, 2, to thank Nashville citizens for all they've been doing for refugees and hope that we continue to do so, and 3, to also commend the agencies. NICE is one of them, Catholic Charities are 2 of the resettlement agency that works in our city to help these refugees. But there are a host of other agencies, TURC, American Muslim Advisory Council, AMAC, a lot, Connection, that are also working with the United Way, helping to raise money to help our friends settle in their new homes, look at the cultural competencies, help them to adapt to this area. And a lot of refugees have settled here, become citizens, and contributed both financially to our economy and to our city. So with that, I want to thank everyone that is signed on already. And if there's no objection, I want to ask if everyone that is left in the room that is voting in affirmative can be added, and to thank all of you. Because I think as an extension, we and the rest of Nashville for all that we're doing for people that are fleeing hardship. The Vice Mayor, thank you for always acknowledging the people from Ukraine and all that they're going to. But this is just a step forward to say that we are a welcome city, and we're going to continue to do all that we can to help everyone that come to our show seeking for refuge. Thank you.
All right, so Councilmember Suara has moved approval of RS 2022-1606 for passage, properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and I appreciate Councilmember Suara for pulling this from the consent, because yesterday, looking on Twitter, I saw something that someone had said, and it really struck me and really made me stop and take pause. As we've discussed World Refugee Day, we think of, it was Haitians, it was Cubans, Kurds, now it's Ukrainians. But what this person said, anyone can one day find themselves a refugee, whether it's through warfare, strife, natural disaster, or economic situations. Anyone. Everyone in this room could at some point in their life potentially be a refugee. And so it really made me stop and think about my life, the opportunities that I've been afforded in my life, and wanting to make sure that we as a body, we as a city, we as a country, we as a society do more and do better, because tomorrow it could be one of us. Thank you.
All right, thank you, council member. All right, everybody voting in the affirmative will be listed as a sponsor without objection. We are voting on RS 2022-1606 for passage. All those in favor of the resolution say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We have one late filed amendment. It is should be in your packet. It's a resolution celebrating the first observance of Juneteenth as an official metropolitan government holiday and recognizing June 19, 2022 as Juneteenth in Nashville and Davidson County. Sponsors are Council Members Porterfield and Allen. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you so very much, Vice Mayor, and thank you for everyone that has signed on to this resolution. As we know, Juneteenth is a very, very special holiday. I had the honor of speaking earlier this year when we were able to make this a MetroPay holiday. So I won't go through all the details of the importance of Juneteenth, because I know that our colleagues already know this, but I would ask that everyone that is voted in the affirmative will be signed on as a co-sponsor.
Okay, we're going to need a committee report. It's also, because it was late filed, a committee report from the Rules Committee. So, Councilmember Vercher, did it come before you for suspension of the rules?
It did. There was no objections.
Okay, and did you all consider the resolution as well?
We did. Recommended approval 6-4-0 against.
Okay, so Councilmember Porterfield, if you would, suspend the rules so we can get this before us properly.
I would like to suspend the rules, Vice Mayor.
All right. So Councilmember Porterfield has moved to suspend the rules to get this late file resolution before us tonight. Any objection to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, rules are suspended, so you're on your resolution.
Thank you, colleagues. I won't repeat what I just said, but I would ask that everyone votes in the affirmative. Thank you.
All right. So Councilmember Porterfield has moved her late file resolution, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, any objection to everybody voting in the affirmative being listed as a sponsor? Seeing none. All those, okay, so all those in favor of the resolution for passage on Juneteenth, for passage about Juneteenth, say aye. Opposed, no. Resolution passes. All right. And I believe that takes care of all resolutions, including all late file resolutions. We're on bills on first reading, introduction, first reading. Anything needs to be bumped off of introduction, first reading tonight? Seeing no hands up, if there's no objection, we'll take everything together. Could I have a motion for passage on bills on introduction, first reading? Got a motion. Proper second. Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of all bills on introduction, first reading, say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. All right. So we are now on bills on second reading. Let me go through the consent calendar. These ordinances are on consent. All right. The first one up is item number 47, BL 2022-1272 is on consent. 1273 is on consent. 1274 is on consent. 1276 is on consent. 1278 is on consent. 1279 is on consent. 1280 is on consent. 1281, 1282 is on consent. 1283 and 1284 are on consent. And most of the bills. All right, so those are the bills on consent on second reading. Anything that needs to be bumped off? All right. All right, here they are. First one up is item number 47, BL 2022-1272 by Hancock, Allen, and others. Ordinance approving a lease agreement between the Metropolitan Government through the Mayor's Office of Emergency Management and General Services and the Community Resource Center for use of a warehouse. BL 2022-1273 by Allen and Young. Ordinance granting the purchasing agent the authority to extend the terms of contract for the Murfreesboro Pike Complete Streets Architectural and Engineering Services. BL 2022-1274, Evans, Welsh, and Stiles. Ordinance approving a revised organizational plan for the Metropolitan Health Department of the Metropolitan Public Health Department of the Metropolitan Government. Item number 51, BL 2022-1276 by Alan Bradford and others. Ordinance approving a license agreement between the Metropolitan Government acting through the Board of Parks and Recreation and the Nashville Food Project for the use of commercial community gardening at Mill Ridge Park. Item number 53, Bill 2022-1278, Evans, Withers, and Young. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to negotiate and accept a permanent easement for the Jacksons Valley Road Stormwater Improvement Project for 6 properties located on Jacksons Valley Road. BL 2022-1279 by O'Connell, Withers, and Young. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easement rights, rehabilitate sanitary sewer main and sanitary sewer manholes for 8 properties located at Lebanon Pike, Rucker Avenue, White Avenue, and former alley number 2058. BL 2022-1280 by Van Reese, Withers, and Young. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assembly, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements to relocate a fire hydrant assembly for property located at 115 Hart Lane. BL 2022-1281, Rutherford, Withers, and Young. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new sanitary sewer mains, manholes, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements property located at 5215 Blue Hole Road. BL 2022-1282 by O'Connell, Withers, and Young. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville to abandon existing public water main and fire hydrant assembly and to accept new public water mains and fire hydrant assemblies for 2 properties located at 1506 Church Street and 215 15th Avenue North. BL 2022-1283 by Toombs, Withers, and Young. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept public fire hydrant assembly and easements for 3 properties located at 500 West Trinity Lane and West Trinity Lane unnumbered. And BL 2022-1284, an ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing sanitary sewer mains, sewer manholes, and easements, and to accept new sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for property located at 245 Ensworth Place. Murphy, Withers, and Young are the sponsors of that one. Those are the bills. Anything needs to pop off of that one? Seeing none, I need some committee reports. Budget and Finance, Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance considered BL 2022-1272 and recommended approval, 12 in favor, 0 against. BL 2022-1273 recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against. BL 2022-1276 recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against. And I think that's all that were on consent.
I think that's it. Councilmember Withers, Planning and Zoning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning met and considered several items. BL 2022-1272, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions. 1278, 1279, 1280, 1281, 1282, 1283, 1284. All of those 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Bradford, you had one, 1276.
Let's see here.
It's item number 51, 1276.
BL 2022-1276, we voted 7 in favor, none against to approve.
All right, Councilmember Evans, I think you had 2.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We considered 1272 and 1274 and voted 7 in favor, 0 against on both.
All right, and Councilmember Young, Transportation.
Jesus. Excuse me, Mr. Vice Mayor. All that budgeting, I guess, gets me tired. By a vote of 7-0, Transportation Infrastructure recommended approval of BL 2022 1273, 1278, 1279, 1280, 1281, 1282, 1283, 1284. And before I move the consent agenda, I think the question we'd all love to know is what high school or college sport did you play, Mr. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Councilmember Young. I did not play college sports. I played basketball and tennis in high school. And I will say that I coached lots of little kids in Y basketball, both boys and girls.
Those lucky kids. And with that, I will move approval of the second reading consent agenda.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Young. All right, so he has moved approval of the second reading consent agenda, properly seconded. Any discussions on the consent agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor of the consent agenda on second reading say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. That motion is adopted. Second reading consent agenda is passed. All right, let's go back to those bills that we didn't pick up on the consent calendar. Item number 45, Bill 2022-1255 by O'Connell, Allen, Withers, and Bradford. An ordinance approving an agreement for Greenway Conservation easement by and between PR2 SH Peabody Union Apartment Owners, LLC, and the Metropolitan Government. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move approval.
All right, so let's get some committee reports.
Committee reports.
Budget and Finance, Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance recommended approval as amended, 12 in favor, 0 against.
Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Planning and Zoning recommended approval as amended, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right, and Public Facilities, Councilmember Bradford.
Public Facilities voted 6 in favor, none against to approve.
All right, back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to move approval, but also want to defer to Councilmember Mendez, who has a friendly amendment.
All right, so Councilmember O'Connell moves approval of BL 2022-1255 for passes on second reading, properly seconded. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
I'll move the amendment with a brief explanation.
All right. Councilmember Mendez has moved an amendment to 1255, properly seconded. Back to you.
This is like other amendments we've done to Greenway easements, just making sure that the easement itself doesn't impact whether e-bikes should or should not be on the Greenway.
Okay, you've heard the amendment. Any questions about the amendment? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment to BL 2022-1255 say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's adopted. Councilmember O'Connell, you're on your bill as amended.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval.
All right, so Councilmember O'Connell has moved approval of BL 2022-1255 as amended for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. BL 2022-1255 for passage on second reading. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on second reading. We're on item number 46, BL 2022-1269 by Councilmember Hancock. Ordinance to amend Title II of the Metropolitan Code pertaining to the Board of Fire and Building Code Appeals. Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized.
On this longest night of the year, we elected to do something unique this time, and we deferred for one meeting. 6 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, that's the committee report. Okay, so back to you for what do you want to do on the bill itself?
I'd like to move the bill to be deferred one meeting.
Okay, so the motion is to defer one meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. This one's deferred one meeting. All right. We're on item number 50, Bill 2022-1275 by Councilmember Syracuse, Allen, and others. It's an ordinance accepting a Greenway conservation easement on certain property located at 433 Opry Mills Drive, owned by the Opry Mills Mall Limited Partnership. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Budget and Finance, Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance recommended approval of 2 amendments, 12 in favor, 0 against, and approved as amended, 12 in favor, 0 against. And I would like to request that as part of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, that Councilmember Young tell us what sports he played in high school and college.
Councilmember Young, Transportation Committee report, and an answer to Councilmember Allen's question.
Challenge accepted. Well, thank you, Vice Mayor. Serious things first. In middle and high school, I was on the swim team, as I said earlier, and that's why I could not be on the Swiftwater Rescue Team, because I was not a very swift swimmer, though I swam. and the business at hand. Transportation Infrastructure recommended both amendments and the bill as amended, 7 in favor, 0 against.
Councilmember Allen, did that answer your question? Yes. Okay, thank you. All right, so I got Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning met and considered BL 2022-1275. There are 2 amendments. We considered both amendments, recommended approval of the bill as amended with both amendments, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Withers. Public Facilities, Councilmember Bradford. We're on 1275.
On 1275, we voted on the amendments and the bill as amended. 6 in favor for the amendments and 7 in favor for the bill as amended.
All right. Councilmember Syracuse, finally back to you.
I'm going to move the First Amendment, please.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, so Councilmember Syracuse moves Amendment number 1 to 2022-1275, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
Thank you. This is just administrative. The exhibit was not attached to the legislation, so just administrative. Move approval.
All right, so you've heard an explanation of the amendment. It's been properly moved, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of Amendment number 1, say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment number 1 goes on. Amendment number 2, Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
I'll move the second amendment. It's the same sort of e-bike amendment we've added to other greenway easements.
Okay, so you've heard the explanation, proper motion, proper second. Any questions on amendment number 2? Seeing none, all in favor of amendment number 2, say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment number 2 is passed. You've got 2 amendments on your bill. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move as doubly amended.
All right. So Councilmember Syracuse is moving BL 2022-1275 as amended twice for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill as amended? Seeing none, all those in favor of BL 2022-1275 as amended for passage on second reading, say aye. Opposed, no. That motion is adopted. We're on item number 52, BL 2022-1277 by Councilmembers O'Connell, Allen, and Bradford. It's an ordinance approving a license agreement between the Metropolitan Government acting through the Board of Parks and Recreation and the Lamar Companies for the use of 180 Anthus Drive. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't even going to say what I played. I would like committee reports, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance recommended at 1 meeting deferral, 12 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Facilities voted 7 in favor, 9 against to defer 1 meeting on.
All right, back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move to defer 1 meeting, please.
All right, Councilmember O'Connell, you want to tell us which sports you played?
No, thank you, Mr. President.
All right. All right, we'll do it in a memo form next time. All right, so Councilmember O'Connell has moved to defer this one meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, motion is defer 1 meeting. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion is passed. All right, let's see. All right, we're on bills on third reading. All right. Okay, I'm going to go through the consent calendar. We've got, I think most of them may be on consent. Item number 61, BL 2022-1164 is on consent. 1198 is on consent. That's item number 63. $12.51 is on consent. 1253 is on consent, 1254 is on consent, 1256 is on consent, 1257 is on consent, and 1258 is on consent. Anything needs to be bumped off the consent calendar on third reading? Okay, seeing none, here they are. BL 2022-1164, item number 61 by Sledge, O'Connell, and others. Ordinance to amend Chapter 9.30 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws pertaining to construction sites. Item number 63, BL 2022-1198 by Johnston. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Code from from SCC to SP by changing zoning for a portion of property located at 3955 Nolensville Pike. It's 115 feet north of Peregrine Mills Road within a planned unit development and within a corridor design overlay. It's 0.18 acres. Next one up is BL 2022-1251, item number 69, ordinance amending section 5.04.120 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to increase the threshold of donations that Metropolitan Government Department boards and commissions may accept and expend to require certain information be included in the resolution accepting a donation. That's by Council Members Allen, Evans, and Henderson. Item number 70, BL 2022-1253 by Allen and Hancock. Ordinance creating the positions of apprentice, compliance monitor, senior compliance monitor, fire logistics and inventory clerk, human resources specialist, safety specialist, short-term rental inspection chief, short-term rental inspector, treasury analyst, senior, and treasury analyst. That's Allen and Hancock. Item number 71, BL 2022-1254 by Allen, Hancock, and Young. Ordinance authorizing a technology fee to fund the technology required by the community development and regulation processes and establishing the ITS Technology Fund. BL 2022-1256 by Syracuse, Withers, and Young. Ordinance to amend the GIS system, street and alley centerline layer for the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by naming the private roadway that runs between Two Rivers Golf Course and McGavick High School, Two Rivers Lane. Item number 73, BL 2022-1257 by O'Connell, Withers, and Young. Ordinance authorizing Fourth and Broad LP to install, construct, and maintain underground encroachments in the right-of-way located at 405 Broadway. And item number 74, BL 2022-1258 by Councilmember Sledge, Withers, and Young. Ordinance authorizing Propco 609 Merritt LLC to install, construct, and maintain underground encroachments in the right-of-way located at 609 Merritt Avenue. Those are the items on the consent calendar, third reading. Anything needs to be popping off? Sorry. Yep. Anything need to pop off this calendar? Seeing none, we're on the third reading consent agenda, and let's see. I don't think there's any committee reports on any of these things. No committee reports. So, Mr. Swimmer, Councilmember Young, can you give me a motion to approve the third reading consent calendar? Well, you're the council member. I called Mr. Swimmer. Councilmember Young.
I will move approval of the third reading
consent agenda. Thank you. Properly seconded. Any discussions on the third reading consent calendar? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. You adopt the third reading consent agenda. We are now on the first bill on third reading, item number 60, Bill 2021-971, ordinance to amend Title II of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to create an Office of Homeless Services, sponsored by O'Connell, Evans, Suarez, Sepulveda, and a lot of council members. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've got a late filed amendment that I'd like to suspend the rules to get on this, please.
All right. Councilmember Vercher, this one come before you guys? It's a late filed amendment on Bill 2021-971.
There were no objections.
All right. Thank you, council member. All right. So Councilmember O'Connell has moved to suspend the rules to get this one before us tonight. It's a late filed amendment. Any objections to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, rules are suspended. Councilmember O'Connell, you're on your amendment.
All right, thank you. If I'm correct about process, we've already got the bill as substituted and amended. This will be in, I'll move the amendment with a brief discussion.
All right, so Councilmember O'Connell has moved amendment to Bill 2021-971, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had great collaborative review with Metro Legal, HR, the mayor's office, and I think we've come up with an effective compromise here that ensures that the Homelessness Planning Council is involved definitively in the hiring process of the director for this new department. And so that's really the intent of this amendment, is to change that up a little bit. I appreciate the feedback we got from colleagues as we sought to get to a better compromise. I know council members Allen and Druffel had expressed some concerns. I think this should resolve most of those, and would encourage colleagues to support.
Okay, you've heard an explanation of the amendment. Any questions regarding the amendment? Seeing none, ready to vote on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The amendment's on. So Councilmember O'Connell, you're on your bill as amended. Councilmember Evans did have an amendment in the packet. Councilmember Evans.
Thank
Thank you. I'm not moving that amendment in favor of Councilman O'Connell's. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Evans. Okay, so Councilmember O'Connell, you're on your bill as amended.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the bill as substituted and amended with a brief comment.
All right, so you've heard the motion, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you. This represents a remarkable moment of consensus. I think multiple Metro departments, the mayor's office, the Metro Council, the consultant that reviewed performance of our homelessness services are all in agreement that a standalone department for service delivery is a useful and potentially necessary outcome. This should deliver greater accountability, streamlined service delivery, and better outcomes for the unhoused in Nashville. And again, just in terms of the amount of stakeholder work that went into this, we talked to the Homelessness Planning Council. We worked with the Barnes Fund, multiple private housing developers that work on affordable housing. Of course, went through the stakeholder process with the consultant report that we received. And again, multiple Metro departments in the mayor's office and council. And so really grateful for all of the interest, support, and effort to get this across the finish line. And I think this will yield better results for our most vulnerable citizens. Encourage colleagues to support on third reading. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Hauser.
I just have a question for clarity. I'm trying to figure out which amendment we are moving on. Is it the one that was on our desk? Is this the one that we are moving, or is that the one that has been just eliminated?
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you. You should have an email with the final version of it. It's very similar to the one in the packet, but Councilmember Evans, I think, agreed with some of the language changes I had tweaking. So there's a version of it in your email.
So the one we are moving is the one that says including up to 2 representatives. Is that one?
It says at least 1 rather than up to 2.
Okay. All right. Good deal. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Anybody else? All right. We have a motion before us, which has been properly seconded to approve Bill 2021-971, I think as substituted as amended. This is for passage on third reading. Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor of BL 2021-971 for passage on third reading say aye. Opposed, no. The bill passes. Item number 60, Bill 2021-971, as substituted, as amended, passes. Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. We are now on item number 62, Bill 2022-1169 by Councilmembers Benedict, Allen, and Withers. Ordinance approving a lease agreement by and between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Jefferson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Education and East End Prep. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. With all committee reports in, I would like to defer this and give a brief explanation, but I think I'd like the director to please explain what a deferral with this bill does.
All right. So the motion is to defer indefinitely? She's going to tell you. Okay. Ms. Darby?
Rule 43 requires that a deferral at this time would essentially be a withdrawal, and the matter would be permanently removed by the clerk from the agenda.
All right, Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you. So this is in negotiation still. The original agreement that was put in front of us with this legislation was for lower than market rate for the building where this charter school is. And so what we talked about, or what I'm working on doing, and with the administration and through MNPS, is to get a market rate rent in this taxpayer public-owned property. So that is going back and forth. At this point, it seems to be agreed upon. The question becomes, since the lease was backdated a year ago, the question is about what is owed for that first year. So I think there seems to be a concern there. I've spoken with the school executive director to see what we might be able to do to prorate that or amortize that rather over the coming 12 months. So that's still happening. That's still going on with MNPS. So with that, I do think that let me back up. I intend to bring another bill forward with this when we get that lease agreement in place. But for now, based on the deferral, it sounds like it's a withdrawal. So I don't know, should I just withdraw rather than vote for the deferral? What would the best course of action? I guess let's have the vote. Just vote for a deferral.
All right, so the motion is to defer
One time.
It doesn't matter. Indefinitely to one meeting, it causes the same
Defer one time.
Okay, so the motion is to defer one meeting, properly seconded. Discussion, Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I just have a question on this. My understanding is that the lease was signed a year ago and that the school has been paying the rent in good faith, thinking that that's what had been agreed to, that it was signed by all parties. It just, now these things have to come before the Metro Council. So I'm just asking the lawyers in the room, what happens when people have already signed a lease and started paying rent? I mean, can you legally go back and say, well, actually, we didn't mean it. We're going to do a different lease starting a year ago now?
The lease was signed, but it wasn't signed with authority to be entered into. So those agreements, while we can't unilaterally force somebody to change their mind and enter and to change that agreement with us, we can still negotiate that term of that lease. Again,
can you remind me of the timing of when we made the change that the leases needed to come before the council? Was that before that June 1, 2021 date?
I don't know that there was a change. I think that these types of leases should have been coming before the council.
Given back that, okay. Okay, I mean, I appreciate all the work that Councilmember Benedict has done to make sure that we receive value for our buildings. I just want to make sure we don't get ourselves into legal trouble by having someone who thought they had signed a lease and had been paying on it for a year.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Any other information? Okay.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Cash.
Hey, thank you. I think this is like the fourth one of these charter lease bills we've had in the last, 6 to 9 months. I think, I think it goes to the district council person. I think each district council person that's had one of these has done a good job of researching it and working with MNPS. I think we need to work with MNPS and have an overall policy. I mean, maybe they still need to go through, but I think sometimes are asking the same questions for each different lease. And it's kind of getting treated differently a little bit each time. So I think an overall policy and kind of an overall understanding of what we want to charge and kind of MNPS's policy with leasing their buildings to charter schools. So I would encourage the administration or somebody to work on this so we're not kind of treating these differently each time. And I think there's one we've passed two, one still out there for deferral. So I just wanted to make that clear that I think we need more cohesiveness on these school charter leases. And I will add, I was too busy in high school to play sports. I had a job, so.
Thank you, Councilmember Cash. Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also was busy in high school with a job, but it really came down to the fact that I was untalented. I agree with Councilmember Cash. It sounds like there's been a little gifting going on to these taxpayer-subsidized private schools, and I'm glad that we are putting an end to that and look forward to an overall strategy for it. And thank you for Councilmember Benedict for being so vigilant on this issue.
All right, so the motion before us is a motion to defer one meeting. It's properly seconded. I think that takes care of everybody in the queue. Okay, we're ready to vote on the motion to defer. All those in favor of the motion to defer, say aye. Opposed, no. Motion to defer is adopted. All right, we have, I think, 3 bills left. We're on item number 64, BL 2022-1204 by Councilmember Swope, which can be taken with BL 2022-1205. Let me read both captions, and then we need to go back because there's an amendment on the first one. Actually, I may have to keep them separate. I think. What do you think? first one is going to go on the board.
You just couldn't take the second one on consent.
Right, okay. All right, so we'll do it that way. We're on item number 64, BL 2022-1204 by Councilmember Swope. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from R40 to SP zoning for properties located 5991 and 5997 Edmondson Pike, approximately 175 feet south of Banbury Station. It's 14.6 acres to permit 36 single-family lots. Councilmember Swope, let's handle that one first. You're recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. And as my fellow councilwoman said earlier, this is the longest day of the year, by the way. It's summer solstice, for those of you who don't know. So I'm going to be as short as possible because I've spent 7 years on this, and I don't want to spend 7 more minutes on it.
Okay.
I'm going to have to move an amendment on this with a brief explanation.
Let's get Planning and Zoning Committee report, at least on the first one, 1204.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Planning, Zoning, and Historical Committee voted 11 for, 1 against, 0 abstentions for the amendment, and 11 for, 1 against, 0 abstentions for the bill as amended.
All right. Okay, Councilmember Swope, you're on your bill.
Thank you, Your Honor. So this amendment, if you all remember 2 weeks ago when we had public hearing on this, there were only 3 or 4 people that showed up, and every single one of them had the same single problem, which is a mandatory planning staff requested pathway, 5 foot by 15 foot or 18 feet, connecting the very back of this property to Banbury Station subdivision. We've had multiple community meetings on this, well in excess of 300 people per meeting. God bless the planning staff. I love you all. We have been down the road and back again to make this a reality. But this becomes a disapproved bill because I'm amending one of the planning conditions at the behest of every single person that lives in Banbury Station. And while I love the planning staff, I'm going to listen to my constituents long before I listen to the planning staff. And every single constituent, not one, has said, leave it in. So I'm asking you to basically approve a disapproved bill and this amendment because this builds my roundabout. On the 6th of July, we meet with NDOT for final approval. It's all good.
All right, so you need to move your amendment.
I move the amendment.
All right, properly seconded. I think you've explained what the amendment does. Questions on the amendment? Councilmember Suara?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Why was it disapproved by planning? I want planning to explain that.
Ms. Milligan?
Certainly. So the Planning Commission approved a plan that included a pedestrian connection in this location. There is an existing substreet, essentially, or there was planned to be a connection in this location for a full vehicular connection. But staff sort of compromised on just a pedestrian sidewalk connection. And so Planning Commission approved it with that connection. The amendment would remove the connection that was part of the Planning Commission approval, therefore making it a disapproved bill. So essentially, Planning Commission approved it with the condition that there be the connection. And so the plan that was filed with the bill included the pedestrian connection. And Councilmember Swope's amendment removes it. And therefore, because it doesn't include all of the conditions, it becomes a disapproval.
Councilmember Suara, anything else? Okay. All right, so we have before us an amendment been properly seconded. Any other discussion on the amendment? All right. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
No.
Opposed, no. So I've got, I think, 1 no, 2 no's, 3, Councilmember Henderson, Councilmember Suara, and Councilmember Withers, okay? And 1 abstention, Councilmember Van Rees, all right? So the Councilmember Hurd is also an abstention. Councilmember Gamble is an abstention, okay. Anybody else? Okay, so the amendment goes on. Councilmember Swope, you're on your bill as amended.
Now I would ask for 27 votes. This builds my roundabout at 0 cost to this city. Let me repeat that. I've been trying for 7 years to get a $2 million roundabout at the most dangerous intersection in my entire district. Beazer is going to pay for it and build it in the next 4 months. But now I need 27 votes from this body. So please, dear God, don't make me go back to the drawing board on this one. Thank you. And I'll move my bill as amended.
All right, so Councilmember Swope has moved his bill as amended, properly seconded. Discussions on his bill as amended. Councilmember Cash.
Thanks. I agree with Councilman Swope that this is a dangerous intersection, probably the worst one in his district that I know of for sure. My mother and stepfather live in the subdivision there at Banbury, and I've been visiting for 20 years, and it is a dangerous intersection. Went to the subdivision with my 15-year-old daughter who's got her learner's permit. Absolutely would not let her leave the subdivision onto Edmondson Pike. It is dangerous. Frequently, you see the guardrails that have been trashed. I am going to trust Councilman Swope and what he says about he has talked to his constituents. He knows what they do and don't need as an amenity to this. He absolutely has my support on this.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you. And with all due respect to my colleague, and we've talked about this, this council, a lot of our advocacy community advocates for things like sidewalks, bike connectivity, all kinds of connectivity, particularly for people who are not in vehicles. And I believe that in this particular case, having a potential pedestrian connection enhances the walkability and livability of this area, and that the sidewalk connection is not actually connected to the roundabout, that it would be completely possible to build the subdivision with the roundabout and also having a pedestrian connection. So I find that to be a false dilemma. I'm not saying that I'm urging others to vote differently, but just I need to be consistent. I'm consistent on the council. I'm consistent on the planning commission at advocating for connectivity of all kinds, and especially bike and pedestrian connectivity. And for that reason, I have to vote no on this.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise in support of my colleague from District 4, and I played JV basketball and soccer.
Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Your Honor. Previous question.
Councilmember Rosenberg calls the previous question. We're not voting on the bill yet. We're voting on the previous question. All in favor of the previous question, say aye. Yes. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. Okay, so we're on BL 2022-1204 as amended. Because this is a disapproved bill, we got to go on the board. It requires 27 votes to pass. Mr. Clerk, if you don't mind, get the machines ready. Councilmember Pulley?
My machine's off.
Your machine's off?
Yep, so I can't. Okay, that's fine.
All right. We need to find somebody to turn it back on.
I've got a technical expert, Councilmember Sledge, who's probably going to fix this problem here. He may have. Yeah, now it says no signal detected.
Have you tried turning it on and off again? Just kidding. It's 27. I thought it was always 27 votes. Always, my understanding was always going to be 20. Oh, what does that mean? So it's 26 votes? Okay. Ms. Milligan? On this counts for 20. we show up at these. Okay. All right, are we good to go? All right. Mr. Clerk, we ready to vote? We are on Bill 2022-1204 as amended. It is a disapproved bill from the Planning Commission. Ready to vote? All right. Members of the council, we are on Bill 2022-1204 for passage on third and final reading. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines.
You're hung up. Hers. It's coming.
Let's just hope that there's enough. Councilmember Van Rees.
I vote for Van Rees.
We're in. Mr. Clerk, close machines, take the votes. Ayes 30, noes 1, 4 abstentions. Councilmember Swope, congratulations. All right, so we're on item number 65, which is the companion bill, ordinance to authorize building material restriction requirements for Bill 2022-1204, specific plan zoning district located at 5991 and 5997 Edmondson Pike. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Swope, you are recognized.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't think there's any committee reports on this one, is there?
There is. It's a committee report from Planning and Zoning. Councilmember Withers.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. For this one, Planning and Zoning recommended approval, 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstention.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
And with the most sincerest thank you I can muster, I move approval on this.
All right. Councilmember Swope has moved approval of BL 2022-1205 for passage on third and final reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Yeah.
Opposed, no. Opposed, say yes for those who are in favor. Opposed, no. The yes is approved. Councilmember Swope, your bill passes.
Thank you.
Okay. Last bill on the calendar tonight is Bill 2022-1209 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS 7.5 to R8 zoning for property located at Monticello Drive unnumbered. Approximately 800 feet north of West Trinity Lane is 1.33 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning voted to recommend a one-meeting deferral, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions at the request of the sponsor.
All right, Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you. Move to defer one meeting.
All right, the motion is to defer one meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the one meeting deferral say aye. Opposed, no. The bill is deferred one meeting. I need to ask the Urban Council to stay around. Urban Council has to sign on to the tax levy. Council members Mendez, Allen, and Toombs need to come up to the front after the meeting. Is that it? We've got everything else squared away? Thank you all. Good meeting. Took a lot of effort. We passed the city budget tonight. Need a motion to adjourn. A motion to adjourn properly second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. We stand adjourned.
Backed up since none of them could be held yesterday due to the holiday. So Budget and Finance alone was here for 2 hours dealing with the budget. That is the major highlight of the night. The council voted 31-3 for a new operating budget for the city, which begins the new fiscal year on July 1st. So that was about 2.5 hours debate on that tonight. So well over half of the meeting tonight was held with about budget things. The council passed a substitute budget. It included about $6.8 million in changes, actually moving money around, and out of a $2.97 billion budget, that's a pretty small amount of changes. There were 4 other amendments added on the floor, which took it up to about $15 million worth of changes. Again, the council always makes changes, but these are relatively small numbers overall, although there's some individual things we'll talk about here in a minute that are significant and created some concern in some parts of the council tonight. First, for the details out of the substitute budget, the council in the substitute budget filled a $22.6 million deficit in the school budget, which had been caused by a cut in state funds due to declining enrollment. The substitute budget divided that up roughly between a third of the money coming from the city Metro's fund balance, a third from cuts in Metro's general government budget, and a third from the school budget. Additional budget funding in the budget was moved around. $4 million more for Metro School for pay raises. That's in addition to the 4% cost of living raises and the step raises, another for bus drivers, cafeteria workers, and paraprofessionals. It's already been included. This added increase will bring all support staff up to a living wage and address compression issues, although it's not the only time tonight with an amendment that the council dealt with that. There's also an additional $2.9 million moved in the budget to allow for an additional 0.5% cost of living increase that brings for all Metro employees the raise up to 4.5%. The current budget was 4%. Actually, the Civil Service Commission had recommended a 5% increase in terms of the COLA. There also will be step raises of 6% for employees who are eligible to receive that. The other changes in the substitute budget included $200,000 for the Metro Sports Authority to fund a study on the city's ongoing obligations to Nissan Stadium. This comes as there's an indication that there may be an effort to build a new stadium, a dome stadium across on the East Bank, and also perhaps to renovate instead. This new budget adds about 500 new employees. This seems to be justified by the Cooper administration, saying we've gone through a lot of freezes on hiring, and now that the economy is opening up again, at least in terms of COVID, it's time to start bringing in more people to do some of the things for services they're looking to do. I mentioned there were 4 amendments added tonight, two of which are of some size. One is a $2 million addition to the city's general hospital subsidy. That money is going to be coming out of the judgments and losses fund along with the 4% fund. That created some concern for some council members because it's getting into contingencies and reserve accounts. This is one of the things that got Metro in trouble a couple of years ago with its finances. There's also $5 million was approved tonight, additional for a one-time bonus for Metro Schools supports employees. This will also make sure everybody again gives a living wage. So the council passed at least 2 amendments to the original budget to do more to do that. The council heard quite a bit about that during the public hearing that was held here a couple of weeks ago, where members of the school staff came in and complained they couldn't live in the county because of that. One even resigned from her position here on the floor while she was speaking to the council from schools. Council also approved another amendment to the budget that would take money out of the about $100,000 out of the city's contract for Partnership 2030 with the Metro Chamber of Commerce. That money going over to the planning department for a new housing administrator to help with affordable housing. There was also perhaps some payback for this from some council members who voted that way. They're not happy with the chamber because the chamber has been supporting up on Capitol Hill a bill statewide that would allow Metro School Board members to be appointed by the mayor and not elected by the public. That did not go well with it. And some of that tonight with that vote by the council may be a way, sort of a little bit of payback on part of that. The council also funded out of the fund balance another $5 million, I believe, to move forward on another project that the councils wanted to do to help give more money to a one-time bonus for support people in there. And so we'll see what that winds up doing. Again, that's been a concern about that. It's in the budget. I don't imagine the mayor will make a change to veto that, but I suspect that will be an ongoing concern to see if the local economy continues to generate enough tax increases that taking the additional money out of reserves won't come back to bite the council when they get ready to put their final budget together before the next election coming up next year. Council, another action tonight, approved an annual donation from the Metro Convention and Visitors Bureau in the amount of $25,000 each for the next 5 years to provide funds for marketing for the Nashville Municipal Auditorium. Monies will be spent through a contract the auditorium has with Live Nation. Also, the council accepted a $575,000 grant from Tennessee Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services. It'll be going through the local trial courts to continue adult and juvenile court programs to address the needs for nonviolent offenders. No local match is required for that. The council also approved 2 resolutions that would accept donations of $10,000 and $30,000 each from the Nashville Convention and Visitors Bureau and from the Nashville Chamber of Commerce to help fund a study for independent music venues here in Nashville. The council has already approved its portion of the funding to get that study underway. Council also approved an interlocal cooperation and mutual aid agreement between Metro, the cities of Brentwood, Franklin, Goodlettsville, Hendersonville, Murfreesboro, and Wilson County to create and operate a USNR water rescue team that will provide response and rescue services. They also approved an affiliation agreement between Metro Board of Health and Lipscomb University to provide opportunities for students to enroll in various health professions already doing that to be able to participate in those opportunities, clinical opportunities. The health department will be providing those clinical training experiences. The students would not receive any compensation and would not be considered Metro employees. A similar agreement about this was approved first back in 2017. Finally, a total of over $2.5 million was appropriated to the Nashville Public Library to contract with 17 local nonprofit organizations to provide free and high-quality after-school and summer programming through the library's after-school, Nashville After-School Zone Alliance program. On memorializing resolutions, the council honored DeCosta Jenkins on the occasion of his retirement as president and CEO of the Nashville Electric Service. They also approved a resolution recommending TVA pursue solar and storage investments in Middle Tennessee. The resolution also expressed support to the Nashville Electric Service Board for calling for the same. The council recognized the 50th anniversary of the passage of Title IX on June 23, 1972. They also recognized the month of June as Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month, and finally recognized June 20th, 2022 as World Refugee Day in Nashville and Davidson County. There's also a later resolution approved tonight celebrating yesterday's Juneteenth celebration. It's the first time that has been observed as a Metro holiday. 2 bills to watch on third reading both passed tonight. One would set up a separate Office of Homeless Services. This has been negotiated for some time in the council. They feel like this will better help Metro's homeless efforts to be put into a separate department that has been passed. It's been funded within the budget. They also approved a bill that's been under the council's concern for some time about regulating outdoor construction noise. There have been earlier bills about this. This one has been in the council since March, and it did appear and approved tonight. The council is now in recess until July 5th, the day after the 4th of July holiday. We hope you all have a great 4th of July holiday. We'll see you back here the next time on July 5th. Until then, I'm Pat Nolan, and good night from the council chambers. Tonight's meeting of the Metropolitan Nashville and Davidson County Councils come to you live from the council chambers at the historic Metro Courthouse. It's been a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.